Howdy everybody, and welcome back to day number 2 of the CDL Pro Am Classic as we are kicking things off here on the Bravo station. Myself, Lano, joined in part by the ever lovely Study. Buddy, what a day it was yesterday, and I'm expecting only for more craziness to go down today as we finally solidify who will be the top 2 seeds in each pool.
I know, yesterday was an insane day. We had upsets. Toronto and a Academy squad was able to take down LAG all the way at round 11. That's the team that just won Major 2. That's still insane to me, but the Young Guns came to play so far this weekend. We had a couple teams yesterday who ended up falling 0-2 and are definitely not going to make it even into Saturday. So a couple of these teams that only played a single match yesterday have some really, really big matches.
For the moment, and obviously you saw it there in the just for a second in the bottom right of your screen, both teams that we're going to be having in this match sit right now at 0-1, meaning that this is a must-win type of match. You win and you at least have the opportunity to still get out of Group D. You lose and you are solidified to be eliminated from this tournament. So this is a massive match for both of these rosters, Jay. They have got dates with other teams prepared, and well, they're really both hoping that that match later on today actually means something. Yeah, without a doubt, my friend. And I think it was Slasher who tweeted out. He's like, "Yeah, we basically let the foot off the gas. Like we had them dead to rights, and they end up getting reverse sweep. They lose in the game 5, round 11. They lose that search destroy streak that obviously had brewed up with Spark being on the team back at Major 2. It's pretty crazy, but this is an excellent opportunity on the other side for a team like Paris Legion, who oftentimes when it comes down to LAN, don't have the greatest of performance, Jay. I mean, even going back to, them, originally forming back in MW, the franchise has never seen a massive amount of success outside of a few occasions here and there. This could be their opportunity, right? A W here today versus the Guerrillas gives them a chance to later face off against Toronto NA Academy. And I don't know, man, maybe make some noise happen. And with the way that we saw Temp and more specifically Jimbo play yesterday, despite losing to Boston 3-1, it looked like that could be a fun new duo to look out for.
Yeah, that was the biggest thing that I took away from yesterday is that every time we talk about Paris Legion, Temp is usually the guy, putting up 1.1s, 1.2s every single series. He's just looking for that number 2 guy who's going to consistently put up those numbers. And for Jimbo to have the performance when he first entered this team, just getting absolutely destroyed online. He enters to the LAN area at Major 2. He actually puts up some better stats there. But then yesterday in that match, him and Temp really led the way when it came to the respawns. John stepped up on the 4th hardpoint, but at that point it was a little too late. But if you can get Jimbo to play as consistent as Temp, and at least one of the other players to step up. John, like I said, had a couple maps where he was putting up big stats, but Tom Gravity has to be the guy for me because he's going to be their main AR, the guy that's trying to control the spawns, the guy that's trying to control the map. And yesterday in that series, he puts up like a 0.84. And versus a team like Boston, where usually you're going on a one-on-one battle versus a player like Methods. Both of you guys are going to be kind of slow, but Methods was able to dominate him yesterday. So I'm looking at Tom to really have a strong bounce back today.
Yeah, we'll go take a look actually at the map set coming into this series. Obviously, we'll be starting things off on Bocage hardpoint, followed up by Berlin S&D. The Gav control there in the middle, and toward the stretch, we'll be having Tuscan HP and Tuscan S&D for game 5 if it does end up getting that direction. I mean, what, Jay? First impressions, initial thoughts on the way the vetoes went for this.
So starting off with the Bocage hardpoint, I feel like this is a map where either team can win. Not either one of these teams have not found a lot of success. 2-5 on one side for Paris Legion, 2-2 on the opposite side for LAG. And I'm pretty sure you told me this, that the LAG haven't played this map in basically 2 months. So this is going to be basically brand new to them. So that's going to be a huge mixy map to start us off in this series. But then when you go along, the Berlin Search and Destroy, LAG have a lot of success on that map, sitting at 7-4. And then Gavutu Control, that's going to be their best control map, sitting at 6-6. And then even the Tuscan Hardpoint, they're sitting at 5-4. But I'm saying this because that Tuscan hardpoint is going to be huge because that is going to be Paris Legion's actual best hardpoint map. So if they can somehow, some way, at least force it to this map number 4, that Tuscan S&D, they will definitely be looking forward to it because that is their best search and destroy. If they want to try to take this series, it has to be in one of these first 2 early maps.
Yeah, and I feel like too, you know, we could bring up a number of different maps to call out. I know you mentioned the Bocage hardpoint, the Tuscan S&D, the Tuscan HP. I think also the Gav control as well could be an opportunity for the Legion, given their performance yesterday versus Boston Breach. Because what, buddy? I mean, what? I think it was Temp who had streaks going into that round 5, and what, he gets disconnected because somebody was logging into his account.
That's unfortunate, man. Like, they were in a great position to actually close out that map. They're tied 2-2. They're on the defensive side. There's only like 30 seconds left in the round until Paris Legion were able to close out the map. But then Temp, unfortunately, he basically spawns out, and now in the 3v4 situation, they were able to cap B and then eventually chain it to cap A. That's just truly unfortunate on the side of Paris, and obviously they couldn't shake it off as they went on to the next map, Gavutu hardpoint, and it was a fairly close one as well. Like, it all came down to that P4. We know how that usually goes. If you get put in that back spawn trap and allow the team to have that free rotation to P5, that is the way that you usually find a lot of success on that map. That's the way that Boston were able to close it out yesterday, and now we don't have it in this series, but obviously a little bit of frustrations on the side of Paris Legion with the way that their series ended yesterday. They need to have a strong bounce back today so they can try to make it to Saturday.
Yeah, man. And I know really quick we'll head back to us, but in that game 3 and game 4, that is also something to keep in mind, because I think you and I both think that this series does have the ability to reach 4, maybe even 5, given how a few of the players on Paris especially are going to perform. But when you talk about the Gav control and that Tuscan hardpoint, I'm getting back to the good old boy Jimbo. Those were the 2 maps where he dropped 42 kills on each of them. So that is something to really consider, right? The new guy brought into the team in Jimbo. Obviously, we could talk about Gravity as well, but we talk about, you know, who could be maybe that next player alongside Temp and more of that aggressive role. He's got the maps that he did it on yesterday. I know, Jay, you mentioned to me that your guy to look out for is going to be Tom Gravity. On the other side for Guerrillas, right? Obviously off of a stunning loss versus NA Academy, or Toronto NA Academy. They're obviously looking for a bounce back. They're just trying to stay alive, obviously, in the tournament right now. Is there a specific player that you're looking out for from that side?
The player that I have to look out for sure on that side has to be Asim. Like, if you saw what he was able to do for this roster at Major 2, he stepped up in every single aspect. When you needed him to whip out an AR, hold down a power lane, he was doing it. When he needed to go out and get that first blood, or at least give information to his team, he was doing it all for the squad. And yesterday in this series, he puts up like a .89, but I'm expecting a lot better play from Asim because he has the ability to take over these games. The only player that had over a 1.0 KD in that entire series yesterday was Hook, and that's just because the way that Scrappy and Hixie played, like, they dominated the control, they dominated the hard point, and then when you get to the game 5 search and destroy, at that point LAG thinking we were up 2-0 in this series, we should have been closed this out, and now it's starting to get a little scary. Then in that 5-5 situation, Scrappy was able to get his way behind them, find a 2-piece, and eventually close out the round. That's such a devastating loss on the side of LAG. They just need to be able to shake that one off and just come in here and play like exactly the way that they did at Major 2. Guarantee their search and destroys and potentially steal a couple of those respawns.
And I do think it's interesting too, partner, because like obviously the Paris Legion team that we see, they're going to have to deal with, right, that SMG pressure from the Guerrillas end of Luke and obviously Asim. You're mentioning Asim as the player to look out for that roster. I mean, we know the explosive potential that he obviously can have on the map, and obviously in an environment like Bocage, it just feels like you're waiting for someone, or you're rather waiting for the moment for him to really to kind of step on up. But I don't know, it is kind of weird, right, that we do see the Guerrillas deciding to bring out this map, given, like we said, that we have not played it in over, I think it's coming up on 2 months. It's going to be an interesting mix. I'm assuming this is one that they've been working on during their off time.
Well, hopefully, because this would be a map that they could definitely...
I hope so.
Yeah, I would hope so, man, because when they were at Major 2, they barely played this map. Like you said, for the last 2 months, they have barely played this map. So they definitely were putting some work in on the back end. We've seen a lot of teams starting to just get rid of this map, besides probably like Atlanta Faze or now Seattle Surge, because they were able to take down Atlanta. But I feel like a lot of these teams, as we go throughout the rest of the season, are just going to try to continuously expand their map pool. And this is a good way to start it with LAG in this map number 1. Here we go.
Here we go. A must-win game for both of these rosters as we fly in for Bocage hardpoint game number 1, Paris versus LA. As we are already into the mix, P1, pretty much the marketplace when it comes down to Bocage, a very mixy one at that, as we'll be looking at a number of different SMGs to fly and fry, and so far it is Asim doing exactly that. Yeah,
Asim found 3 easy kills in the feed. Already starting off hot in this game number 1, making 4 in a row. Not a lot of time going to either one of these squads, but Asim is just worried about the slaying. So far on a 5 spree, Spawn still in control of Paris Legion, but with 20 seconds left, you want to try to just sneak your way into bottom barn with 2 of his players dropping. What kind of information can he give to his team?
Yeah, the rest of the teammates continue to fall, but Asim still sitting on 5 in a row. A great call. Obviously, the player to look out for. Unfortunately, does get cut down from behind. Hoop just trying to pick up right from where his teammate leaves off. They both get wiped away, and just like that, Paris are prepared for next.
So now Paris Legion fully set up for this P2 hardpoint. All the spawns for LG coming towards that flat side. You see number 3 and Temp. He was the farthest player pushed up, trying to at least build some layers to this hardpoint, but he eventually does get taken down. So now this is going to allow for Paris Legion to just hold down the push for now. Unfortunately, Jimbo does find that team kill onto John. So that should open up that lane from the front for LG to try to get on.
This could be one of those hills as well, partner, where you can start to accrue a decent amount of seconds. Right now, LAG holding from the team again, who is being such a problem around that barn area as he falls, sitting now at 8 and 3. We're barely through our first 2 hardpoints. A great beginning here out of the Guerrillas based off of his performance, as they will have the advantage, most likely going in toward P3, as he is on one right now, challenging everything possible. 40 points reached, and Asim looks to lead the charge, now heading into Grandma's.
And now you start to start thinking about that rotation, but look at that one player from Paris Legion who sneaks his way through the back. It's going to be John. Can he find this kill onto Slasher? He does, but Hoop finds that trade to at least allow his teammate to continue to spawn back here. I don't know if Hoop's going to be able to read this. Asim finds that kill. So now Paris Legion are spawning out towards the front. Trades going back and forth, but it's going to be LAG with control.
LAG. Some solid control off the rip. The guy that we've got to look out for is the one who just hits the deck. Spart ends up getting taken down. And obviously we know, right? Given the storylines, Jay, the talent that this guy has, the MVP of Minnesota, they're hoping that he has a solid performance today versus what seems to be a very motivated Paris roster. If Spart plays well, that could be their key to success, but right now, sitting at 2 and 7.
Yeah, not having a good start to this game, but that's why you have Asim, the guy who just provides so much energy for this LAG team to step up in this map number 1, sitting at 11 and 8. So far, Paris Legion were able to get the remaining junk time on this P3 hardpoint to take the lead. But the main focus for LAG now has to be on this rotation. They're going to be fully set up for this P4. They find that kill in the back. Now they control the spawns.
They get a time to breathe. They get some time to allow for Asim to work again, to cut down the multitude of pushes that Paris are going to elect to try and make. Gravity able to sniff out Asim, and with that, all 4 will drop. A great break opportunity there for Paris. They all win their ones, and just like that, now they have got control again. They broke at P3, and now they've broken at P4. Great performance early as they are getting into the mix and constantly challenging the likes of the Guerrillas. 3 more fall again. Oh,
And
but who?
He actually goes big. He finds that 2-piece to at least contest for a little bit. But Paris Legion eventually do get the trade. The pressure's still going to be here from LAG from the front with 15 seconds remaining. They want to keep focus on keeping those spawns for the next. Slasher with a huge one-on-one. He finds the first, but eventually does get traded. So now it's going to fall into Spart's hands. What kind of information, what kind of kills can he pick up to try to keep these spawns for his team?
Big moment for Spart. Unfortunately, in a clutch position, it's Gravity was able to win that 1v1. A big gunfight for him to take, and he'll also have the assistance there with another. But Spart actually gets the close spawns. Take a look at LAG. They are here and ready to go. Temp with the crossfire prepared as Spart beams Jimbo off of the point. It still was going to be Paris holding this one down from the front. The Guerrillas get the spawns, but so far, that has really been the only positive for them. Nothing really being gained off of that. Right now, Gravity in a power position. He ends up getting taken down. John, the sole man alive inside of the HP. He also drops. Jimbo there to join alongside of him. Paris continue to win these team fights, and they'll have the advantage for now.
This has been a great P5 hold from Paris Legion to not have the spawn towards the back, but to basically hold this for 45 seconds uncontested. LAG finally were able to find 3 kills. They should be able to get this remaining 15, but great work from Paris in the end of this first rotation of hard points to put themselves up by 40 points. Now it goes back to this middle hard point where it's just mixy. You're not really focused on just picking up these spawns. You're just focused on trying to get these kills. It's 124 to 90. 50 seconds remaining on this point. You see LAG. They're doing a great job at just controlling this, picking up every single kill, and getting a lot of time to get back into this game.
It's interesting too, Jake, because I'm wondering if at any point, right, for Paris, we saw them do this in their series yesterday versus Boston. They brought out the M19 in a few different occasions. A lot of people have been talking about how it's more of a close quarter type of weapon, and I wonder if we do see it debuted at any point here in Bocage or at some point in the series.
Yeah, I feel like this is the best map to use it. Like, when you're talking about the
right?
M19, It's a lot of comparisons to the old school Thompson, but it's just, since it's such a close range map, I would expect to see it pulled out here. But so far, you're not going to really need it. You have Gravity right now sitting at 21 and 12 on a 4 spree. Looking at the young man to really step up, rips out the rat on a 5 spree. Now, usually trying to hit the moves onto a scene, but he eventually does get taken down. But Paris Legion doing great work, getting this remaining time off P1. They keep the spawns for P2. Now they could just have the chance to continuously grow this lead.
Yeah, man, we were talking about what? We were talking about Temp. We were talking about Jimbo. We got to give some love to Tom Gravity as well. 22 and 14. A majority of those kills coming with the AR or the pistol to boot. Great little moment. Great little sequence there for him as Paris have got the advantage, but they very well could be losing the spawns in a moment's notice. Slasher coming around the corner, and once again, it is Tom Gravity with 2 crucial kills to help keep the spawns right now for the team. And Spart, who is the farthest pushed up player, he gets taken down by a team nade.
And Gravity is beaming right now on another 3 spree. As soon as he spawns up, make it forward before the trade does come in. But with 20 seconds left, Paris Legion put themselves up by a hefty margin. And now they can just focus on getting this junk time, but also those spawns. Look at number 4, Jimbo, the route man. Deserves to get paid for the route that he has taken, because he can be the playmaker for Paris Legion and potentially put themselves in a great lead to close out this game.
See how this begins to break things open. A current 60-point advantage right now for Paris. They're an entire hill. It sits behind them.
He flipped them. He flipped the spawns.
Presence going to be felt, and it looks like as if, as you said, buddy, the spawns are in fact going to flip. That's going to work out. Gravity trying to stay alive. He gets ripped off as well. Paris still spawning close, and with that, we'll see if it ends up working out for them. They've got current hill control, and with that, Asim doing everything he can to not allow for this one to go the opposite direction. A crazy hill is Bottom Grandma's, but one that LAG cannot afford to lose a lot of time off of. With 25 seconds left, it's one that I don't think went the way that they intended for it to go.
Yeah, this is not going the way that they wanted to. They find a couple kills. That's going to be the 3 dead in the feed. Gravity, the last player up in towards tower. But now if you're Paris Legion, your main focus is just breaking out of this setup. You do not want to get put in this back spawn, because you know that that P4 is right around the corner. Could potentially be a full 60 if LG can set up properly. But great work from them to get this remaining 15. Paris Legion currently up 181 to 130. Full setup from LAG. This is the way that they have to get back into this game. You have to win a couple of these gunfights, but that's the early 2 kills coming in from Paris.
Could it be Jimbo? Could it be Jimbo who helps break open the setup? Nearly finds a second. They're onto a seam. Has to lay down behind the cover, but for the moment, it is going to be Paris who do break in successfully from the front. Tip nearly turns onto 1. Some great teammate support there. And as Jimbo able to watch over him, LAG desperate to get back in this hard point. Paris, they can smell that double century mark, but LAG will in fact fight back for the time. Paris have given them their best, and the Guerrillas, they're just trying to weather the storm and at least get this to another hill. 15 more seconds remaining, and the Guerrillas have got to get a majority of these seconds as Hook finds 2 that will give the final few seconds into a 1v1. The Guerrillas will take it, and now it's time for the rotation once more. A seam on the flank.
And LAG now, they have the spawns once again. You saw the way that Paris Legion were able to hold down this P5 for the first go around, basically holding it down without having those back spawns, holding it from the front for about 45. So trades going back and forth. LAG are able to secure those back spawns. They're able to get on this time. Now all of Paris Legion spawning out towards stables. John, the only player to try to influence a couple spawns, as he's basically going to be back trapped towards this back tank. Does get out with his life, but LAG are doing a great job of just spreading the map right now. Only down by 20 points now.
John, he's going to get found out. That was really the 2 pieces of fulcrum, if you will, for Paris. They were trying to rely on him to make the play toward the back, but LAG cannot seem to lose a gunfight. Moments away from tying up this game and maybe even taking the lead on it as well. Slasher falls, and we say goodnight to his team, but Hook, who currently sits on 4 in a row, is about to make it 5. Could streaks be in the future of LAG? As Hook looks to make the long play, thinking about the future. Spawns for an upcoming P2 would be great. And streaks as well would be impeccable. Loses the fight to John, just 1 kill away from getting that glide bomb. He drops, and with that, the fight inside of P1.
Now with 50 seconds left on this P1 hardpoint, LAG do take the lead with the great P5 hold. So now your main focus is just trying to flip these spawns. You want to make sure you start off on the better side for this P2. Slasher and Hook are able to find 2 kills of their own. They're just trying to locate the player in Hook that's trying to flip those spawns. They take care of him. So now Paris Legion could control the spawns now. But with 30 seconds left, you can try to fight for a little bit of this time towards P1. But Slasher, great shots to find 2 kills in towards top grandmas. Now 20 seconds left. Paris Legion need to make sure that they control these spawns.
See what they can do with it. See what they can do with it. 10 more seconds left. Over inside of middle as John looks to try to contest them instantly off the spawn. That's going to be 5 in a row for good old Johnny boy. 35 and 32. We've been talking about a number of different players, but it's John and Gravity who have stepped up dramatically here on this Bocage. Nearly an even game as Paris do possess those spawns right now. Slasher looking over, trying to do some work over toward top barn, but he drops once again. And it's up to LAG to try to force the issue. Paris trying to bring this one back and once again bring us to another lead change.
And that's going to be 3 dead. So now Paris Legion have the potential to take this lead. They cannot close it out on this hard point. We will be forced to see that P3, but if you're LAG, you need to contest this from the front. You cannot allow them to have all this time. That's 2, make it 3, make it all 4 down on the side of Paris Legion. LAG, with this remaining 20, are going to put themselves pretty close to closing out this game. If you're Paris Legion, you want to try to contest this, but you need to make sure if you're LAG, you have to make sure you rotate.
Hey, that was a perfectly timed break out of the Guerrillas. That puts Paris now in such an interesting situation. They want to try to contest for the final 20, but they know it's going to have to be on the rotation. 243 to 217. Paris have got to hold down grandmas, and as we like to say, play perfect hard point from this point on. Temp in a major spot. He's going to try to cut down one. All 4 of the Guerrillas remain just on the outskirts as Gravity's at least able to trade the first. John still hangs out inside. A nade comes through. Trade still favoring the Legion, but that's going to be another nade. Slasher
Gravity!
Gravity stays alive. Gravity's still hanging on.
He finds 4. He finds 4. Paris Legion are able to hold 240, 245. LAG need 1 break.
They just need one. They just need 1 break. 245, 245. Tip is here. Gravity goes on the 5 spree, and that will be it. Paris Legion, with their backs to the wall, rely on bottom grandmas to get themselves back in the game, and they will walk away with the opening HP 250 to 245 and have yourself a game. Tom Gravity 43 and 27. My goodness.
Unbelievable. 38 non-traded kills. Gravity was the hero right there at the end of that game for Paris Legion. Trades were going back and forth. LAG's nades right there were on point. Every time they threw a nade into that hard point, they found the kill. The only thing is, Gravity was sitting outside the back of the window. He finds all 4 kills in the point, secure those spawns for his team, and eventually hold it down for a little bit longer uncontested. But in those final moments, he allows his teammates to get pushed up. You see Tep pushes his way right into Kitchen. He finds that 2-piece. Gravity eventually finds a 3rd, and Paris Legion needed a beautiful hold on that P3 hardpoint to close it out. Not a single break coming in from LAG at the end of that game, and Paris Legion walk away with what an insane first hardpoint.
That was absolutely wild. I mean, we saw it was a war at different times. It was Paris who had the lead for a little while. Then LAG had the solid advantage coming into that last hill. We saw constant lead changes and major fights. But Jay, this was the play that ultimately sealed the deal. Tom Gravity once more goes huge for the team. And like I said, you and I were talking about Temp and Jimbo. This combination finally going to work together for Paris. But at least in this opening Bocage, it was all Gravity and John. They lead the way in slaying and ultimately help get Paris across the finish line for our first game. It's one that you said they had to win if they want a chance in this series, and well, job done, at least to start.
And now this is a good situation for Paris Legion, because now going into a Berlin search and destroy, this is a difficult map for them, because LAG, they're just really good at search and destroy. The only S&D they dropped in basically like the last 15 was the one last night, all the way in around 11. So LAG, I'm expecting them to be able to bounce back in this search and destroy. They just need to make sure that their teamwork is on point, because Paris Legion, based off of that first map, that's a huge momentum swing. Between both of these teams, they do not fairly like it on that Bocage hardpoint, but when you're able to walk away with that first map in such a close fashion, it's able to clutch up to the end. Paris Legion has to be feeling that momentum on their side. So now LAG, this is where they need to answer to try to slow them down, because if you give the first early couple of rounds to Paris Legion, they're going to feel really confident to start calling things on the fly, probably hitting the map, and it'll just throw LAG off completely.
Yeah, I mean, you got to imagine right now, Paris, without a doubt, have got the momentum. But how many times, right, did we see the LA Guerrillas in very much a similar position like this at Major 2, kind of a losers or elimination, you know, bracket type of mentality right now, being 0-1 in your pool. I mean, how many times did they go down 0-1, lose a hard point, and then just instantly the search destroy became the tone setter? It instantly got the momentum back in their favor. And, you know, while the streak does end yesterday, Jay, versus the Toronto NA Academy, this is without a doubt one of the strongest teams in S&D. You could argue the strongest team right now in search destroy in the entirety of the game. And I don't know, man, this is going to be an interesting situation. I feel like we never really know what to expect out of Paris, but they absolutely can give it to you on a map like Berlin S&D. It's going to be difficult given LAG's recent play and on a map that suits them so well like this one.
I just feel like with LAG, when you're talking about their search and destroy, what makes them so good at this mode is just their mid-round adjustments. Whenever they find themselves finding a first blood, they're always grouping up, always playing the trades. They're doing the fundamental things correct. And then when you need someone to go big and beyond, it's the SMGs have stepped up tremendously. Like, we know how Asim does when he's at that B-bomb alone. He usually, if he finds that first kill, somehow, some way, he's going to be able to find that second and get out with his life. So you need to be able to shut down these playmakers on the side of Paris, for LAG on the side of Paris Legion, because if you do not, then you will allow them to get early momentum. You cannot allow Asim to be that guy.
Yeah, I know there was actually, I think it was on the flank where Asim was having a conversation, you know, talking to the rest of the roster, or rather to the rest of the panel about it, if you will. And he was talking about how, I think it was him and Hook at the time had a different way of wanting to play S&D than Slasher and of course Gunless, who was on the roster at the time, wanted to. And they basically kind of had a collaboration. They worked on it. And then from there, we've obviously seen, Gunless ends up leaving the team, unfortunately, and Spark steps in. But you can just tell the little conversation that they had in that moment. I think it was at the start of Major 2, how dramatically it has changed their search destroy game. And also, Jay, you talk about the way that the Guerrillas have adjusted, the way that they have done so well at in between rounds, making adjustments and making the right plays. They've also literally brought in an entirely new player and allowed for his play style to flourish. We don't see that happen very often. Usually it's the exact opposite, where the fill-in, right, just kind of tries to fill in a role, do whatever he can. They basically made a specific position for Spark.
And that's the crazy part, is that Spark was probably in on like a 1 week notice, and they went undefeated, broke the CDL record in S&D just based off of the stress they basically came up with on the fly. So if you can do that, now that you have more time to preparate for some of these maps, for some of these matches, I'm expecting them to just see more talent when it comes to some of these play calls, and more freaky stuff when it comes to some of these play calls.
I like that. More freaky stuff. We hope that we can see it. And maybe at the end, you're hoping that Paris has done their VOD review homework, because there's quite a bit of it when it comes down to Major 2. LAG had their fair share of matches, the defending champions at that, as we fly in for round number 1. Here, and more specifically at that A site, Slasher is going to find that first blood onto John. Some players who know each other quite well. As right now, Slasher's going to have the last laugh, but thankfully Jimbo evens the numbers, evens the odds now at a 3v3. Asim looking to get more comfortable inside of the office.
Jimbo, he's trying to do everything he can to at least find a kill, and he gets up with his life. Huge 2-piece coming in from Jimbo from back alley to at least make it a 2v2 now. Look at the positioning from Temp. He gets read by a Slasher. Now it's Jimbo left in the 1v2 situation.
Well, 1v2, it's going to have to be the ace, and with only 30 seconds left, it's not going to be an easy task for the rookie. We have seen crazier things before, and more specifically, Jay, you and I had the crazy clutch in skies, the 1v3 yesterday versus OpTic Texas, but this one going to be a no-go. Jimbo gives it his best shot, but it's not going to be enough.
Yeah, that's just good work from LAG to find that early first blood. Great work from Slasher to put himself in towards top 3. Basically watching that cross for his teammates if they go towards that top plat. Finds that first kill, and then eventually Jimbo does get the trade, but then they know the positioning of Jimbo. They execute by eliminating every single other player. Then in the 1v2, they just played it patient, did not want to rush plant that bomb, and they were able to find him on plat, take that first round.
Well, it was the B call out of LAG in their first attack in Paris. More interested in the B site to start, as the window's opened for Asim. Nothing granted yet. In fact, it looks like it could be the rotation. Paris attempts at B. They decide to make the rotation. Hook's going to be here. The sole player right now for the Guerrillas is hoping to hear all the information that he can as Sun lands right in front of his face. Is he going to be prepared for the first fight? Yes, he will. Finds the first, but Jimbo once more inside of the office doing a great job at trying to give his teammates a better odd. Walking away with the round, tosses out the nade, and weathers the storm. 3v3.
Now the 3v3. Jimbo does get that hit marker with the nade, so John is going to try to commit towards this challenge. But he's not get that kill. Gravity finds the second. So now in a 3v2 situation, look at player number 6 in the scene. He's going to be that player to watch because he's the player going on the flank. Pretty sure Gravity was able to spot him, so now you have to reposition yourself. But now with 25 seconds left, Paris Legion, they have to plant the spawn.
Do indeed. Slasher unfortunately gets taken down. Asim instantly becomes the last player alive, and Paris quite literally handle business.
That's just good work from Paris Legion with the early aggression towards A. Even though they get first blooded once again, they find that trade immediately and then just slowly but surely work that plat to find that first kill, put themselves in a man advantage, and then they just watch every angle to not allow any flanks to come through. They eliminate that player from top plat, and then you see Gravity, beautiful work to read Asim coming in towards middle steps to find those final 2 kills to close out the round. Now tied up at 1 apiece. LAG back on the attack, and Spark's going to be that player calling out the cross.
Bart giving the information to his team. As the one's going to be at A, the other 3 sitting firmly at B. His team happy to take the challenge. As he'll put in a few bullets toward John, but all good. Still sitting at 90 HP. He's still fighting, but only for a moment. His team gets the last laugh, and Spart as well will shut down Tip in the process. And they, with those picks, got to be happy, but trying to bait out the side of Paris and doing exactly that. Gravity's able to spot them. Going for the rotation as soon as Jimbo gets the call. He hits the floor. Tom Gravity, a 1v4. Best of luck, buddy.
Not going to be easy. Yep,
no, it's
not going to be easy. Asim finds him into his fire. LAG with the flawless round right there. And it basically all starts off with the information that Sparks gives them. He only spots 1 player on the cross. So when you have 3 players going towards B, we're probably telling our teammates, hey, everyone slow down. They're probably going to run right into you. And that's exactly what happens. That they found those first 2 kills, forced it into a 4v2, and then they bullied their way into the site to get that bomb planted. Beautifully executed round out of LAG.
And also go for the rotation. Obviously, we know Gravity ends up seeing the information, but right when he gives the call to Jimbo, said, hey, they're rushing you, buddy. Instantly, he hits the floor. Very well executed and well called round out of the Guerrillas, as Paris will retake now their opportunity here at the attack. 2 players fall early. Slasher and Tip actually do have a trade. So both of those players who engaged upon each other both fell in the exact same gunfight. Asim trying to tease his way over at the B site, ends up getting tagged, but not dropped fully. Bomb sitting firmly in the hands of John. Jimbo once more going big in that 1v1 fight. Hook as well falls, and just like that, Spart is left, and he gets dropped. A well-played round out of Paris, and it just feels like, Jay, that Jimbo can do no wrong.
Yeah, Paris, they're doing it right now. Even though the trade goes right between off the rip of the round between Slasher and Temp. Pretty sure Temp had the sniper and Slasher had the auto in his hand. Great shot from Temp to at least hit the headshot. Great shots from Slasher to take him down. But once they got Asim weak at that site, you saw how Paris Legion were just pouncing on him. They wanted to find that kill because if they get that kill, they can eventually work that plan. They take him down, they catch the player on the flank, then left him in the 1v3. That was a beautifully executed round by Paris Legion to tie us up at 2 apiece.
Tied up at 2 apiece. Slasher there to watch the cross. And 2 players at the street right now for Paris. They're going to be player 1 and player 3. That being Gravity, that being Temp. Nobody pushed up. Asim looks both ways inside of the docks. Is able to get that objective down. Temp up close with the sniper. Knows that somebody normally is going to be established inside a library. Nobody there for the time, and well, how about that angle? Tosses the nade right in from where the blinds didn't happen to be there. Asim drops, but this is not going to be an easy task with the bomb placed where it is. Paris have got to get a lot of work done quick.
Oof. Slasher does take that one, but John at least finds one of his own. Gravity takes down Spark, so now it's all left up to Hook in the 1v3. They know his position. Wow. Jimbo's able to win the gunfight, and Gravity's going to be able to get on the bomb. What a break coming in from Paris Legion. They had a couple players who was late towards the flank, but I thought once Slasher finds that first kill onto Temp, at that point it's chalk. But then John was able to maneuver his way through the middle of the map, find that opening kill, then a huge one-on-one for Gravity to win in towards the boathouse. Then in the 1v3, you have to know that the last guy is playing the safety net. He's playing towards the back of this warehouse, so at least try to shoot the player off bomb. Jimbo reads it. Beautiful, beautiful break coming in from Paris Legion. That was a 4v4 retake.
I don't know how that... Jay, there's 20 seconds left. It's like a 3v3, and the bomb is planted for warehouse. I don't know how often that ends up going the opposite direction, but it surely is like 5% of the time. That is wild. Wild stuff. Here at a Paris attempt, we'll keep out the car heading into this next round. Great sequence there for Paris. Thankfully, John and Temp both got on the board. So far, it has been the Gravity and Jimbo show. Here on Berlin, quite a bit of presence for Guerrillas across the entirety of the map, but nobody sitting inside of that A site. The only player in ear's distance is going to be Slasher.
And I love this play coming in from Paris Legion because Temp, he was at least able to spot one player cross towards A, so he gives that to his teammates. That there's going to be one player here. We have a 3v1. We should be able to at least trade this gunfight out and work towards this bomb plant, but Hoop's going to give us a position. Asim's going to go for the challenge. He finds that first blood, but Temp immediately answers with a snipe to turn it into a 3v3. And look at Paris. They're just pushing on through. They're not even going to work for this plant.
Oh, they're not? They're not. Hook's sitting over at the plat. Is going to instantly turn the corner at A, but they are not here. They are not going to be here. LAG, a little late to the party, are going to have to quickly make the adjustments for a 2v3 retake. Temp on one side while the teammates sit on the other. Asim and Hook, who had the great play off the start to get Gravity out of top 3, are going to now have to pull something special out. And I'm not sure if Hook initially spotted Temp. There he does. Takes him down, dodges the sniper shot, and now it's up to Asim in close quarters, working off the information that Hook has worked so hard for. Time continues to tick away.
Oh, and Hook's able to take down Jimbo. So now with 15 seconds left, all falls on to the hands of John. What can he do? He gets taken down by Hook, and what looked to be a beautiful 3v2 round, post-plant round for Paris Legion. Somehow, some way, they let it go. It all starts with Temp. He was able to spot Hook, but at that point, we all know Temp is going to drop. There's 25 seconds remaining on the clock. If you're a Paris Legion, put someone in a great spot to at least play the clutch. Once Jimbo dies in towards bottom library, you know that John is left on site. He has to win 2 insane gunfights to close out that round. That's just a couple mistakes right there from Paris Legion, and LAG were able to capitalize.
That entire round was just the Asim and Hook. I mean, literally the entire thing. They got the first blood. They worked through the 2v3. My goodness. Talk about the coordination. Slasher and Spart. I'm sure I've got some kind words to say to their teammates. A great evener. They're out of the Guerrillas. This crazy round after crazy round. These teams once more even things up now at 3 apiece. Bomb quickly going down there from Asim. Once more, Jay. Another retake opportunity.
4v4 retake, but Gravity once again finds that first blood. So now in the 3v4 situation, Asim is going to be stuck on this side. You have to have a play from Paris Legion work this flank. It's going to be Jimbo. You have to try to go a little bit faster because you know these players are going to be playing towards Warehouse. Asim at least able to take one down before he does get dropped. So now in the 3v2 situation, someone needs to play by this bomb, but you have to try to eliminate these players from Warehouse.
Hook's made his position known. Hook's made his position known. A great kill comes through from Slasher, continuing to put the pressure on to Jimbo, and all 3 fall in just a matter of seconds. Finally, we see a team hold off of the retake opportunity. Guerrillas can breathe a sigh of relief as Slasher goes big at the bottom, and Hook takes that player off of the bomb.
So right there in that situation in the 4v4 retake, Gravity finds that first blood. So now in the 4v3, Paris Legion already have the man advantage. You know the positioning of where these players are going to be. You just have to move a little bit faster. Like Jimbo was taking his sweet time in towards middle statue, trying to work that flank. Eventually does not commit to it, and it costs them in the very end. LAG were able to clutch up and now take a 4-3 lead in map number 2. But look, it's going to be an all-out push coming in from Paris Legion towards A. What can Hoop do from this position?
Oh my goodness. 3 fall instantly as Tom Gravity wondering what just happened to the teammates. Hook now sits on 5 in a row. Slasher on 4 in a row. Gravity's at least able to find 1, but that is just LAG well and prepared, making those adjustments. They read the call for Paris to hit the other side of the map. And it appears that Hook, yeah, he will find that kill, extending his streak as well. Match point, as you see it there, reached from the Guerrillas. And right now, Paris, Jay, it has been a 2-man story so far. John and Temp really yet to get involved in the fray. You feel like if they start to play that much better, maybe that brings their chances closer of trying to get this game to go the distance.
You definitely need both of those guys to try to step up, but it's all going to be in the hands of Jimbo. What can he do? He finds the first towards back alley, and great team shots coming in from John to at least assist him. Now in a 4v2 situation. If you're Paris Legion, this is buddy up. Do not play a trade. Do not give themselves easy one-on-one gunfights. Jimbo is going to get stunned. He's going to slide right in, but John is there for the trade. So now in a 4v1, all left up to Sasher. He does take down one. He is in a 5 spree, so if you're Paris Legion, you probably don't want to feed these guys any more kills.
Definitely do not. Temp tagged up. And as you said, Slasher on that 5 spree is going to be happy just to hang out, chill out. Does not want to try and engage in any unnecessary fights if possible. But this is going to be a round for Paris unless Slasher decides to contest this. But it just does not seem likely. Paris going to get on the board. And as we said, buddy, hey, you know what? See a few players step up. John finds 2 kills and all the round is going to go their way off of it.
Yeah, this is a good round. It all starts with Jimbo, man. Finding that first blood, but then John immediately there for the help to turn it into a 4v2. And now it's Slasher on a 5 spree, who did drop on that 6 spree, so he does not earn that glide bomb. Paris Legion stay alive a little bit longer in this search and destroy now. Down 5-4. So far, if I'm Paris Legion going into this attack, their A push has not been successful. The way that Hook and Slasher are holding that down, they have a beautiful crossfire. Like, you have to check every single corner when you're walking into A to find out where Hook is going to be, but you know that Slasher is going to be plat. So if I'm them, I want to try to work this towards B. I want to try to work it slow and steady towards B. Probably have Temp giving out the communication on how many people cross towards that A site.
And looking at the cross. Going to call out one, knowing that there's 3 at B. The Suns, the Tacticals, the utility is out. Everybody desperate to empty those pockets. Is Paris in a much-needed round? What it would mean for them if they can win these next 2 to go up 2-0 in this series. First, the defending champions. Asim called upon, and he will deliver. First blood granted for Guerrillas. And the second one as well.
He finds 2. So now in a 4v2 situation, this becomes an impossible round or a very difficult round for Paris Legion to try to win. As the bomb is going to be down towards boxes. Unfortunately, Asim is going to nade himself, but great movement to at least get out of that window. So now we're 45 Paris Legion are just trying to play 4 pick. You have one player in Temp working his way all the way back through train side. But right now, LAG are not moving an inch. They are allowing this bomb plant to go down.
They're more than ready to allow for Paris to make the first move. And so far, Temp, you have to be the one to make it. Hook is going to spot Temp, trying to rotate toward the flank. And now it is all on to Gravity, a 1v4. And that is not going to happen. The LA Guerrillas will take this search and destroy, staying alive and staying focused after what was a gauntlet of a Berlin search and destroy. But here in this final round, Jay, it was all onto that man Asim.
Asim puts himself in a great angle, man. I told you, he causes problems at that B bomb. If he finds one, he always, majority of the time, always finds the second. So he finds that 2-piece to close out this map for LAG to get on the board. Now to tie the series up at 1 apiece. And this is kind of how I was expecting this series to go. First map is Bocage, Mixie, back and forth between both of these teams, all the way down to the very end. Search and Destroys, I'm going to give it to the better Search and Destroy team. Probably the best Search and Destroy team that we have in the game, and LAG. But now this Gavutu control, like you said earlier, this is a big map because we watch LAG. This is going to be their best control map, sitting at 6-6. But for Paris Legion, they played this map yesterday versus Boston, and they had that one situation happen where they potentially should have been able to close it out. So both of these teams are fairly confident on this one. I feel like whoever walks away with this one will take the series.
Okay, I like the confidence, man. Yeah, as we always talk about, the swing mode in control. As we said, going to be on Gavutu, a great map historically for the Guerrillas, a great map recently for the Paris Legion, despite the loss yesterday versus the Boston Breach on it. I know you touched on it, right, Temp? He ends up getting disconnected from the game in a favorable spot in that round 5. And it's interesting, too, because he was having a phenomenal performance. I think he was at like 24-14, and then after the restart, goes 2-7 in that, like we said, that restarted round in versus the Boston Breach. So obviously you can see he was affected by you know, that unfortunateness that did end up going down. And I don't know, man, we'll see if he can start to rebound, help lead the team to what would be a major W on this upcoming control. You said whoever takes it has got a great chance of walking away with the series. And I will say this, I agree with you. I think so too. I think whoever wins this next map has got a great chance I'm going to go ahead and say I think it's going to be Paris, Jay. I do.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to go crazy.
I'm going to go with LAG because, like, if history tells me anything, this is what LAG do. All that made it 2, they go down 0-1. They win the search and destroy. And somehow, some way, they clutch up in the control. You remember that series versus Seattle? They were down 0-2 on this map. Somehow, some way, they brought it all the way back by winning 2 offenses. So you can never count this team out. They are the Minnesota Miracle currently with their championship at the Minnesota ROKKR event. But you could just, like, this team is just insane. You could just never count them out. Paris Legion, obviously, they let a couple of those S&D rounds get away from them. That 3v2 round was the turning point of that game. Like, even if Temp drops in that situation, still a 2v2. If you've seen the way that Hook and Slasher played it, both players are playing in towards Warehouse, one watching the bottom, one watching the top, playing the safety net. That's the way you need to try to execute that round. But once they let that one go away, or slowly but surely, LG started getting a little bit more confident. And then in the final round, Asim shuts it down with that 2-piece to close it out. This is going to be a big one, man. And I'm looking forward to seeing what Asim can do with that AR in his hand because he likes this map with the AR. I'm pretty sure he's the top slayer on this team with the AR in his hand. So hopefully he can have the same performance here.
Without a doubt, my friend, you're going LAG. And Jimbo, I trust. I'm relying on the Paris Legion. We'll see if they can deliver, folks, when we come back after the break. It is time for Game 3, Gav Control between Paris and LAG. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to CDL Pro Am Classic here on the Bravo station. If you have not already, make sure to get those multiple YouTube tabs open. We got the main, we got Bravo, Charlie, and Delta. All kinds of action going your way, especially here in the group stage. A lot to keep track of, and we're doing our best to try to update you guys the best way possible. Right now, we are in the middle of a series going down between the Paris Legion and the LA Guerrillas. A must-win game. You win this game, you stay alive, you lose, and you are out from making it through into the bracket stage. And Well, Jade has been an interesting series up to this point. Paris answer on a crazy Bocage hardpoint, and on the other side is LAG getting back to business, winning another search and destroy.
Yeah, now we're going into a control. This is a control where we said before the commercial break, like this, whoever walks away with this map will walk away with this series. We saw the way that Paris Legion played it yesterday versus Boston. We know what LAG like on this map. This is their best control that they have, even though their record is sitting at 6-6. So this is going to be an all-out battle. I'm looking at the battle between Asim and Tom Gravity. Tom Gravity stepped up tremendously on that map, number one. He needs to have that same performance here because his AR was not missing any bullets.
Yeah, well, he went like 43 and 27, I want to say.
Insane,
and on Bocage especially, like now you're in an environment where it feels like, of course, the automaton is going to absolutely thrive. We'll see what he can do with it. And as you said, somewhat surprisingly, right? The guy who's known for being the unbelievably aggressive player with that SMG, Asim, can also do it with the automaton as well here on Gavutu, as he'll start off with it and the close engagement, but it is Jimbo walking away with the first blood, trying to clear things out over toward the beach side and really try to put some early pressure onto the spawns of the Guerrillas.
Yeah, and I think Asim actually spots him as well, so he's going to be ready for this gunfight. He eliminates Jimbo from their spawn. Slasher also wins a huge one-on-one towards top ring, but Paris Legion are putting their last couple of players towards A. They do not want to give up this point, but Slasher doing a great job of just holding down this top ring control. So he's going to allow his teammates, if they do get shut down at A, to spawn closer towards that top ring to try to commit towards B. But Spark wins that first gunfight. The first tick of progression is in, and right now LG have full control of this A point.
Yeah, man, Spark, as you said, wins that fight, and just from there, LAG are able to thrive. They'll do the best to try to stack the forces the best way possible, put the field in their advantage. A Slasher in a big spot. He ends up getting taken down. Jimbo once more, finding a crucial kill, not just onto Hook, but also onto Asim. Thankfully, Smart is at least able to stay alive for the moment, but job well done here from Paris to wipe away the Guerrillas off of that A zone, and initially it is Temp as well. Already at P1, a spawn trap already set up in just a moment's notice here out of the Paris Legion. Spartan Hook doing a great job at trying to break out the best way possible. But once more, it is Jimbo trying to make a play on the flank and really break open what could be the last hurrah for the Guerrillas.
Jimbo with great shots to at least eliminate that player and going towards that P1 side. But now this opens up LAG to get on A. They should be able to close out this A point and extend time by a minute. Unless Temp has something to say about it. He does find that first kill. Another player right to his left. He finds the second and third is going to be on the point. Unfortunately, not able to find them, but trades going back and forth. Spark able to come out on top. LAG do complete that A capture. Now they're only down by 3 lives.
Only down by 3 lives. Spark quickly makes his way past green. As we'll see what the Guerrillas can do. Some time to work with without a doubt. But it's not going to be an easy task with no progress already made at that B zone. They're going to have to find a pick, and they're going to have to find it fast. Temp able to shut down one. John doing a great job over toward that P1 position. Asim the only one with an answer. And right now, Spartan left in an awkward position. Paris Legion off of, again, another team fight victory will spread themselves out wide for the top side of your mini-map. Prepare for the next engagement. And there we have it, 2 more fall.
And now this is going to basically be the shutdown right here for LAG. But these 2 players, if they cannot find any kills towards the back, the amount of map control right now that Paris Legion have, they have P1, they have their spawn. They're making them overextend every life. This has been a beautiful setup from Paris Legion to close out this defense. That's going to be 3 dead in the feed. Last player closest to his position is going to be Spart. Can he try to take down Gravity on this 3 spree? As he puts himself in a great spot, he's going to spot him. At the same time, Temp is already causing havoc in their spawn. 3 dead. Last player in the spawn, and Gravity's able to win it on a 5 spree. Was talking about the young man before the series. He answers it in the map number 1. And so far in map number 3, 9 and 3 on a 5. Potentially picks up that glide bomb. What a hold right there from Paris Legion.
Oh, look at it again. It is beautiful. Quick little turn on with the rat.
He had to have stopped shooting, Lando, 100%.
I feel like he had to as well. My goodness, we saw it from the other position, and that looked naughty. That looked terrible.
Freaky,
that
baby.
Is a. You said you wanted to see some freaky stuff. And we are seeing it right now. How about the streak that the Legion, as a team, find themselves on? Most importantly, Gravity, the closest one to what could be a glide bomb. 2 more kills, and he's got it in his back pocket for the rest of this Gavutu. Nearly he's able to find it there on to Spart. As we are into this round number 2, Paris, their first attempt now at attack. Had a great performance on this map despite the loss yesterday versus Boston Breach. Right now, Hook trying to make him pay after what he had to deal with in that opening round.
No.
Gravity staying alive again, and with that kill, Jay, that's going to be the glide.
Gravity right there was stunned and everything. Like, I thought it was going to be in trade for sure, but Gravity was able to find those 2 kills. So the biggest thing for Paris Legion, even if they lose this round, is that Gravity picks up that glide. He eventually does get taken down. So now with 40 seconds left, Paris Legion needs to try to work towards getting some kind of tick progression here, because right now LAG are currently up by 3 by closing out that A capture. But a lot of map control currently for LAG. He seems trying to do everything he can from top boat. Eventually, he does get taken down, and it should open up that A capture for Paris Legion.
Will indeed, Tim. Trying to put himself forward. He gets taken down. So some information lost. The only man inside of the objective was John. He gets taken down, and once more called upon his Gravity. He's already done a great job in the opening round, and well, he may have to make another clutch play. If they decide to force the issue at B, he wraps the corner, also gets taken down. Constant headshots fill the feed as Temp once more hits the dirt, and this is not the way that you wanted this round number 2 to go off of what was an excellently played defense. Paris come into the next attack and do not get a single bit of progress at either of those zones. I mean, granted, Jay, they do at least have the streak, but I mean, this is not what you wanted at all.
It definitely isn't. At least you wanted to capture that 8 points so you can at least tie it up in the tick department. But right now, LAG, their main focus is on just trying to get these segments done. And then if you complete A fast enough, try to force that glide bomb out of the side on Paris Legion is the best case scenario for LAG. Because if they basically going to secure the defense, if they can work towards this A capture and not allow Paris Legion to capture both points in the next offense. So
yeah.
If I'm LAG, you have a 4 streak coming in from Slasher, 3 streak coming in from Hook. You could potentially pick up this glide bomb. That'll be beautiful on the side of LAG.
Yeah, I mean, like, what focus for LAG is at least just get the A capture, just focus on playing a customary round of Gavutu attack. It doesn't have to be spectacular, it just has to be customary. And at least try to keep on those sprees. Hook, now the only player on to his, the Slasher falls. Hook as well hits the deck. Just like that, the streaks are ended, and John quickly trying to get back in this game. Started things off 3-10 through our first 2 rounds. He's trying to pick up the pace while he does fall. The aggression was nice. 40 seconds already on the clock here for the Guerrillas as they will try to make their way back into A. The great trades and the great fights, one from the newcomer and Spart. Solid performance so far here on Gavutu, as that automaton is going to have to be hot inside a bottom boat. Trades aplenty, and the Guerrillas will finally be able to sink their teeth into that A zone.
Now, if you're Paris Legion, you have to commit to trying to break this. You do not want to give this up. So John's going to be able to find that first blood with the nade, Spart with the trade, but look at the flank coming in. Tempest going to be the guy to try to make the play. Can he get the timing on the player and spawn? He does not. Great kill coming in from Hoop to secure this A capture. So now Paris Legion in a position now where you basically have to chalk it. You have to set up around P1. You have to try to push out Beach, but Slasher not missing any shots on the cross. And now look at Asim trying to be the playmaker from the backside.
Trying to be the playmaker. Asim does get dropped. So with that, the capture is in, and that will, for the future of this game, put the pressure onto Paris, as they'll have to pretty much win the next attacking round by capturing all 6 of those points. But right now, you got to focus up on what the current task is, and that is LAG inside of your base. Jimbo trying to do as much work as he possibly can. Going to see that Hook is in the B zone for the time. He's able to toss up the stun, making his way through the first cut, just trying to stay up. A lot of communication, a lot of players to think about, and really the objective is the primary focus as we look really through his eyes at what was a very complicated fight. Thankfully for him, all 3 of his teammates are doing the job that they have to. First wave of Guerrillas clear.
And Temp is able to find a huge 2-piece. That's a big 2 kills to relieve some pressure on the side of LAG. Jimbo does find the 3rd. So now all out pressure from LAG is going to go towards this late flank, but John is going to be ready for it. He finds that first kill with only 40 seconds left. This is basically going to be LAG's last push at this point, due to the amount of Paris Legion, the amount of map control that they currently have. Once again, pushed out Beach, pushed out P1. They shut down this push. It's all over. And Paris Legion should be able to walk away with the defense. Temp not missing. Able to find 2. Now with 20 seconds left, Hook has to try to do something. But this is looking like a Paris Legion round. Oh my.
It is indeed. Temp, is he going to be prepared for somebody on the back? Thank you very much. That'll be my 4th in a row. And here you have it. Paris Legion starting to heat up. Temp and Jimbo. I don't know. Maybe you combine their names. It's Tempo. Maybe that's the duo name that we've been waiting for. For this Paris team, they shut the door in the face of the Guerrillas toward the end of that defense. Now up 2-1. But as we said, Jay, it is going to be a tall task upcoming. But what could be nice is that you got 2 players sitting on 4 in a row. That glide bomb could be crucial in what could be the final round here.
Yeah, if I'm Paris Legion right here, I'm just full-on committing to capturing this A point. I do not want to allow anyone to die at B and potentially have someone go towards that late flank, because if they secure this A, you want to try to attack this from the front using your glide bomb. That's your best case scenario to close this out, because if they do not capture that B point, they will be on the offensive side once again.
Jimbo with a nice first blood. That's going to be 5. Now make it 6 in a row. One away from the glide bomb. And the thing is, too, is that Temp as well currently remains alive. That zone instantly going to be in the hands of Paris. Jimbo, so cautious of the streak that he sits on. A very fragile life at this. Prones, and also will take down Hook. A well-played situation there once more from the Jimbo. Man. Dodges the nade. First hit going to be through. And really the focus instantly gets put onto Temp as well. 5 in a row. Could it be double glide bombs for Paris?
And Temp, he's read the play, but he could not win the gunfight. So Slash is going to be able to shut him down. 3 dead in the feed. Last player on the point is going to be Gravity. I'm pretty sure Jimbo does earn that glide bomb. So they have 2 glide bombs to work with. The LAG are able to get in at the nick of time before that A catcher is done. But now the pressure is going to come in towards B. Right now, Paris Legion, their main focus is just completing both of these segments. You need to capture this round in order to even move on to the following round. Jimbo's going to invest into the glide. Hook does find one. He's going to be able to at least eliminate that player from the contention. But do they find this player towards top ring? Smart's going to be the player to make a play. He gets taken down. And Paris Legion in a great position to close out this B point.
A great position to possibly do so. First tick is there. Now the second one as well. Trades are in, but right now Jimbo, the sole man over at this B zone, teammates watching over him. And John is going to win the first fight. They're still staying alive. They are hanging on, but Hook with the nade, with the prayer, tosses it out and will eliminate some of that progress, but a greatly played round so far out of the Legion. As they've got 2 ticks at B and 2 ticks at A. They focus their attention back toward boat, and they will be able to capture it. As Temp falls, they're up in lives, and they're in a great spot right now as they'll have 1 minute and 34 seconds to work with.
And Jimbo cannot drop here. He's the only player pushed up towards this position up P1. You want to try to control this entire time, but look at Smart. Smart's going to be that player pushing through Low Beach. He could be the potential playmaker on the side of LAG to hold the line on the defensive side. Slasher does find one of those players going towards the late flank, but look at John. John's gonna be able to sneak through. He finds that first kill, trying to at least line up the shots onto the player in the tank. Not able to do so. So now that's gonna slow down the pressure from Paris Legion, but they have to focus on the positioning of Spark. Can they take him down from this lower beach area?
Can they take him down? Can they take Hook down? Temp tries to invest his positioning there into Spark, but Gravity's at least able to get the job done. So a trade to start as John will handle business. And take a look at the numbers. A current 2 versus 1 fight at that B zone. Spart off the rotation is going to be here as well. Temp ends up getting taken down. And so with that off of spawn, he will come. Graded with some early shots from Slasher, who holds the cut. Gravity, though, tosses out the nade. He'll take one on to Asum, and Jimbo once more with 1, with 2. Breaks open the B zone, and the stack is in. Paris can feel it. They can feel the victory. Is it going to be theirs? And it will. Paris Legion answer in the control. Had it stolen away yesterday, and they get their revenge versus the LA Guerrillas, winning this one in a 3-1 fashion.
Such great work from Paris Legion from start to finish of this game. They come out and they win their opening defense. Gets a little scary when they go on the offensive side and don't get a single segment done on that A capture. I thought if they needed to win this offensive round. The fact that they had 2 glide bombs to invest They only needed to use one. That was great work coming in from Paris Legion to hold down that P1 control. Once they eliminate that player in Spark from lower beach, you allow your teammates to slowly start pushing up from that P1 side. You have ring control. You can push it through low beach. And then once it's a 2v2 situation, when Gravity finds that nade kill, now we're in a 3v4. Slasher finds the perfect timing to eliminate that player on Godheady, then challenges that player on towards the point. I'm pretty sure it was actually Jimbo. He finds that two-piece, and then at that point, they don't even need to invest a glide bomb. They just have to stack the point. They close out the game, and that's got to be a frustrating one from LAG, because usually you find a lot of success on defense. You got an investment with the glide bomb. You had a lot of the map control, but in the nick of time, in just those last couple of seconds, Gravity's nade is what opens it up. Once he does that, Slasher finds it, Jimbo finds the two, and then they were able to close it out. What an insane Gavutu control from Paris Legion. They wanted the redemption, and they got it. Now they're up 2-1.
My goodness. They will find the W, and we'll take a look at the stats. I mean, what, man? Jimbo, 28 and 15. Tom Gravity had a great start to this game. Temp as well, finishing off 21 and 16. Woo! This Paris team looks to try to change things up here at the Pro-Am, and my word, a game and a half. As you said, buddy, they get their redemption off the loss yesterday versus Boston, but again, it is Jimbo. I said it before the start of this map. Jimbo I trust, and I'm still feeling that way, man. Another solid game out of him to put Paris in the driver's seat, a position that, honestly, buddy, they don't find themselves in very often.
Yeah, Paris Legion up 2-1. It's not a situation they know they find themselves in often, like you said. But when Jimbo's playing like that, I think it all starts off with that initial gunfight of the entire map. Once he wins that gunfight in towards P1, especially on the defensive side, you've seen how he immediately pushes through that beach side and just plays for the flank. That's the kind of player that Jimbo is on this map. He was doing it on both sides, even if he was at the cliff area. Once he finds the kill, he's continuously pushing forward. And that is just great work from the young man to step up when his team needs him the most. Backs against the wall. They know that they need this series to at least try to make it into tomorrow. And right now, the way that he's playing, the way that Tom Gravity is playing, they are unstoppable right now in these refalls. Even though they've been really close. The first one was really close, but that last one, those young guns really stepped up to secure that map.
I want to ask you too, man. I mean, obviously the focus right now has to be on Paris. LAG are going to have to answer back in this next Tuscan hardpoint, but what do you feel like has been the biggest difference maker so far in Jimbo's gameplay? I mean, what we saw in online, we know it, right? I mean, historically, very bad start to his rookie season. And then so far here at the Pro-Am, double 40 bombs yesterday, a great performance again here on Gavutu control. From your perspective, what do you think has been the biggest difference maker so far for him?
I think it's confidence and comfortability. Like, he's gotten more comfortable with this team as he's played a lot more. You went through a major with them. You went through qualifying matches. You had this entire month break until you actually got back into practice, and he can just tell the confidence with this young man is starting to show. At Major 2, he puts up some great numbers at the LAN event, but then when you're playing online, it's going to be a struggle for them because none of these guys are in a facility together. They're all basically playing all across the world. So when Jimbo could sit right next to his teammates, this is the player we were expecting when they first signed him. He's a young gun coming in from challengers. I've known his name. I've casted over a couple of his games before, and I've always seen his raw talent. He kind of let us down in the beginning of the year, but this is the player that we were expecting. You can just tell the confidence is there. The comfortability is there. Everything is just showing right now for this young man to be a star for this team.
Yeah, and if you're a Paris fan as well, rolling into this next Tuscan hardpoint, you got to be confident because this was the map that yesterday versus Boston Breach, he dropped 42 kills on it. As you said, it's also Paris's best hardpoint map as well here on Tuscan. Granted, LAG did walk away with this very convincingly versus Ultra NA Academy. They won it I think it was 250 to 162. Yeah. So a solid W yesterday for LAG, a solid W yesterday for Paris, and specifically the man who seems to be stealing our hearts right now is the rookie sensation in Jimbo. Can he put on another highlight performance to get Paris a date later in the day? Or will it be the Guerrillas once more coming up clutch and sending us to Game 5 territory where we know that they can thrive? Here we go, buddy. in the P1. Hook starting off 2-0.
And this is good work from LAG, because when you're spawning on the side that Paris Legion spawned in the beginning of this game, usually find a lot of success with early time towards P1, but they win their initial gunfights in towards middle. That's why they're able to contest it the way that they are. Now, a huge one-on-one between Temp and Spart. John is at least able to help him, but he is able to find that trade. So now with Paris Legion not having control of the spawns for P2, should be able to get this remaining 15 seconds, but it seems not going to try to get this one up easy. Hook with the nade over the top. So now, Paris Legion should be able to get this final 5 seconds, but the main focus for LAG has to be controlling the spawns. You have to eliminate Jimbo from this position, because he's already snuck his way into back L. Oh my.
He'll stuck his way here. Oh, he only finds a second one onto a team. He had a chance. He had an opportunity as he laid prone, but LAG will clear the wave off of some excellent MP40 work there out of Hook and a Asim. Jimbo once more, just prone to the drop shot. Love to see it. He is ready to get involved in the fray, and how about the break opportunity there for Paris? They run right through the door, an issue that they suffered dramatically yesterday versus Boston was in fact losing hills, getting broken time after time, but it appears today they are the ones breaking hard points and causing some issues in those setups. Right now up big as Jimbo looks to fight for the final 20.
And right now, if you're LAG, you have to get out of the spawn. They were able to find 2 kills, so that's a good way to start. But here comes John, right through side door, able to find 2, finds the 3rd. Give him the ace, looking for the one-on-one versus Asim. He wins it. John breaks it with a multi-kill, trying to turn it into 5. Trying to at least take this series for Paris Legion to get on the board so far in these matches. 39-20. Paris Legion now have control of the spawn for the next hill. And if John can pick up this glide, that was a huge streak of kills on a 5 and continuously going.
He is crossing him over. He just crossed over Slasher. Granted, ends up getting taken down, but Paris will now hold the spawns for what is one of the best hills in the game. P3 on Tuscan. Fountain, these spawns can be difficult to try and break through as Asim left in a major spot trying to help lead the team, but once more it is John again.
Oh my.
Quickly on another 4 spree, he gets taken down, but he's taken down a majority of the Guerrillas with him, up to a 13-5 start. Only 13 seconds left in LAG off of what has been a number of different kills coming through from John. Are going to have to focus their attention towards the church, and while they're there, say a prayer, because as long as John is on the map, it is not going to be an easy day as he'll look to try to go on another spree, Jay.
They could not get into that P3 just the way that John was sliding around the middle of the map. Already on another 2 spree, going to be able to sneak his way in through Church Alley. Does he attack this from the back? He finds the first. John is everywhere on the map right now. He knows the pressure is going to be here. Confidence is flowing on another 4 spree. 17-5. Paris Legion trying to close it out here.
Turning back the clock. 17-5.
MVP.
It's about to be another 5 spree. John can do no wrong. Nearly finds 7 in a row. Somehow has yet to get the glide bomb, but Paris Legion are out of the gates hot, and all of it is based off of that veteran presence coming through from John, having one of the best games that we have seen from him so far in Vanguard. Are going to be up massive coming in toward P5, and again Paris are off of the rotation here at the hill early.
And here's John. You can never count him out. He finds that first kill. He's on the steps. He does get traded finally, but now it's time for Temp. He does get traded by Spart, but Spart goes big, finding all 4 kills off the rotation in towards P5. So now this is going to allow LAG to slow this game down. They need to try to stop this bleeding, because the way that John is playing, he's trying to close this out single-handedly. So far, it's been a great hold to have everything cut off. Spart's on the 5 spree. If he could potentially pick up this glide bomb, that's the way that they can get back into this game. That's 3 early kills. The spawns do flip, so now all of Paris Legion spawning out towards fire, spawning out towards bottom middle. This has been a great answer for LAG to try to get back into this game.
It is final 20. They want to fight for it. They know they have to. Doing their best to try to bring it back the best way that they can. Hook, more specifically, could be the player called upon, as he and Asim are going to be left in a pretty awkward position to try to cut down what has been the SMG superstar so far for Paris. A few extra shots, but he'll get the job done. The sides will go back now toward P1. The second set of rotations are in, a huge hard point at that. And right now, you can just feel the Guerrillas beginning to wake on up. They get some great presence at P5 And now here at P1 again, a 3v3 team fight going the way right now of really either side. You just pick your choice, and it's been trades on trades on trades. LAG filled the feed again, and just like that, Jay, they're back in this game.
Okay, this has been a great hold from LAG. Hook starting to step up the pressure. Finds 3 early kills before he eventually does get taken down. So now with 20 seconds left for your Paris Legion, you can try to contest this a little bit, but your main focus is keeping control of these back spawns. Having someone pushed out towards P5, but Hook's going to be able to make his way right through this uncontested. So he's going to have the timing on to Jimbo. Can he find the second? He actually gets out with his life. The jump fight's going to be here. John wins it. So he's going to secure those spawns for Paris Legion. Very close game now. LAG with great holds on P5 and P1. We're able to chain that together to now only be down by 5 points.
And that's just the way that this map works, man. I mean, literally, we're talking about John going off, having an excellent performance. LAG have really barely yet had a chance to spawn on in. They get 2 hard points to go their way. And just like that, they're only down by 10 seconds as Hook nearly turns on to another. A great little opportunity for him, as the Guerrillas will have the spawns, but they're going to have to fight for it. They're going to have to work for it. The crucial 30 seconds left here over at the column, as Paris once more continue to see success off of what was a little bit of a slower last 2 hills. They enter back into the fray, continuing the battle, continuing to fight, aware of how much this map could mean for them. An unfortunate teammate is going to send a seam flying, and the final 10 scrap points are going to go the way of Paris Legion. LAG off of the rotation. This could be their opportunity to once more even the score.
Yeah, LAG need this response right here to get back into this game, but that's going to be 3 kills off the rotation. Number 8
spawn out.
Going to influence those spawns for those teammates to spawn out towards roofs. But here comes John on the pinch. Asim does take care of him, so now Paris Legion early control from the front side, knowing that all of LAG spawning out towards top roofs. Jimbo, your main job is to stay alive in towards top fire. Do not allow a pinch to come in. Basically, allow your teammates to simply only focus on the back, as they're continuously holding this from the front. Up by 50 points. LAG needs to invest on breaking into these points. Use your tags, use everything you got, because the way that Paris Legion are playing, they've been holding this from the front. Trades going back and forth, a huge one-on-one. Tom Gravity is able to win it, and this has basically been a contest fest between this P3. Paris Legion able to come out on top.
Oh, and John again, trade after trade, but overall, Paris, you've got to be thrilled with the way that you played this. I mean, LAG were constantly playing off of one player, a lifeline toward the roof side, and they'll walk away with just a handful of seconds. Now the rotation has already got to be ready and prepared. Now over at the church, as the Guerrillas winning a few of these early fights, they're going to have the spawns once again in their favor. But can it be John? Can it be Paris once more to make the plays, get a break, and continue to put themselves farther and farther away in that advantage, as here they come 3 strong to the field?
There we go. Temp finds that first blood, so now the pinch is going to come in from the back. The team does find that kill with the pistol. He finds the second as well. Those are great tactical to hit that stun. Can he pick up the kill? He does not, but it's going to be traded. So now Gravity, the player that's going to be jumping in towards top church, it's been a great hold from LAG to try to get back into this one. Hoop finds that kill. Now with 25 seconds left, you have to start thinking about that rotation, but LAG are trying to get every single second off of this church hardpoint to get back into this game. The way that they got back into it off the first rotation was with a great P5 hold. Can they do it again to take the lead?
See if they can. See if they can do it. Asim trying to establish himself toward the bottom side. Watch over it well. Well, he has got Spart over toward the top side. I mean, there's just going to be so many engagements. This is where communication starts to get very hectic for either side. And especially if it starts to go one way versus the other. Asim does not spot John coming in toward the bottom. He and Temp combined for 2. John once more on a heater, rounds the corner. Is going to generate Paris a few more seconds. Just moments away from reaching the double century mark, and they will have it. As the headbutt continues toward the command center, John, the player of focus, once more gets silenced. And just like that, LAG have a moment to breathe.
And now that's 3 dead. Hook's able to find that last player in towards Jimbo. Hook's able to find 2. So now LAG are able to take the lead for the first time in this hardpoint. They were able to do it in the very first hardpoint as well, but Paris Legion respond with a great hold to close it out. Yeah, Hook on a 3 spree, Asim on a 2. Full setup coming in from Paris Legion toward this P1. The player that's going on a long route is going to be Spart. He's going to be the player that makes the play, that influences spawn. All out pressure coming in from back church. Huge gunfights going on across the map from each other.
You'll see him delay. You'll see him wait. And instantly Paris, they turn their heads. They know that Spark's gonna be around this position. Are they prepared? Are they ready? Temp gets dealt with, but the rest of his teammates are there to pick up from where he leaves off. Asim quickly inside of their U, but Gravity has got some shots greeted there and ready for him. Another pinch possibly established, but take a look at Jimbo's position. Jimbo was hiding out over toward the field. He gets dealt with as well. It's an open field for the time. A 10-point game as trades, blows, shots exchanged either direction as Hook is able to find another, evening things up and allowing for that time to be a little bit easier for his teammates as a nade once more comes over the top from Temp.
And a huge one-on-one for Temp off the rotations. They do not win. Neither one of these teams win on that P1, but it all comes down to this. Can Temp go big? That's 3 huge kills. A huge one-on-one versus Slasher in the back could potentially be the decider of this game, and he's not able to win it. Great team fights coming in from Asim. 240 to 234. LAG trying to force game 5. Oh!
John with the beatdown. Finds one onto Asim. He's going to allow for his teammates to come off his spawn. An unfortunate team kill comes through from Jimbo.
Slasher.
The young gun makes a small mistake, and that very well could bite them in the end. Guerrillas only a few seconds away. Jimbo continues to slay on out, and he's away from the objective. He's away from the objective. The Guerrillas hold down time at P1, get Temp out of their base, and with that, will walk away with what was another wild hardpoint. The Guerrillas will hold off what was a man-possessed in John. Goes for 31, but even that was not enough. The Guerrillas will force this series to go all the way now to a game 5 study.
What an insane series between both of these teams. Insane hard points, to say the least, all the way to the very end in the both of them. Right there, LAG, they knew what they had to do to try to break that game open. They get a great hold on that P5 to take the lead. Paris Legion do a great job of holding down the initial time for that P1, but all LAG needed to do was get one break. They were not able to close it out there. We saw that they got pretty damn close, like 240 to 230, but then it comes down to the rotation. Temp was going big on that plat side. He found 3 kills. If he was able to take down Slasher in that position, that was the biggest kill of them all, because he got assisted by Asim to take down Temp. Eventually, Asim does get traded, but Slasher stays alive the entire time. While all of his teammates drop, he was somehow, some way able to find a 2-piece from that back truck, get on that point, influence those spawns for his teammates to spawn a little bit closer towards it as they close out that hard point at the very end of that game. And now we are going to a map 5 Tuscan Search and Destroy. Jeez, man, this series is insane, bro. It's insane.
Oh my goodness. I mean, like, these have been some excellent, I mean, all the way through games. I mean, it's not as if we just had one banger. I mean, what? It was like a 5-point hardpoint game. Obviously, we have a very, very close Tuscan here. The Gavutu was wild. The Search Destroy was excellent. Went all the way down to around 10. What a series this has been, but you got to give a lot of props, right, to the LA Guerrillas for being able to hold off. I mean, I don't remember what the start was, but I mean, we knew that John was going on the spree.
120 to 30.
Yeah, 120 to 30. We talked about that P5 to P1 hold that they're able to get just to level the score. Paris once again answers. LAG there and able to respond. This veteran-like roster are defending champions who, as we said, have been in this position many times, are able to dig deep off of what was, like I said, one of the most wild stretches that we have seen from John throughout his illustrious career. They hold it off, and now they send us to a game 5 on Tuscan S&D. But it's hard to avoid it, Jay. Temp, he was in the spot. It felt like he could make the play, and then the team kill that comes through from Jimbo onto John. You see him, he's dancing around the hill. It just felt like Paris had the chance to at least contest a little closer toward the end. And I don't know, man, that mistake could come back to bite them in the end.
It definitely can, man. And both of these teams are playing for a lot. This is like a winner go home kind of situation. Yeah. You need this series to try to make it into it tomorrow. So both of these teams backs against the wall. Who's going to be able to perform in this game 5? We're going to have to find out.
Absolutely, my friend. What a wild series this has been, but the conclusion is still yet to be upon us. The game 5 matchup between the Paris Legion and the LA Guerrillas will be up right after this break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the CDL Pro Am Classic. It is day number 2, and boy, have we had a fire match here on the Bravo station. If you have not been with us, well, you are in for a wild conclusion to what has been an epic series right now, going down between the LA Guerrillas and the Paris Legion. It is a must-win game. You win this one, you have a chance to get into that group stage. You lose, and your chances are done. Also, something to keep in mind, pull up a tab, pull up that Delta stream as well, because that will have huge implications on this series, because this is all going down, I believe, in Group D. Austin Breach also going Game 5 right now with Ultra Academy NA. So a lot of things to keep in mind. Obviously, we'll be giving you guys some updates on that one as well. But it wouldn't hurt to pull up an extra tab. You might as well go ahead and do it. But here we go into a Game 5. Jay, I don't know how the Guerrillas managed to hold off what was an unbelievable start to John's performance on Tuscan HP, but they've done it. And now we're headed to Game 5 where we're staying on Tuscan, buddy. Yeah, and if I'm LG, I'm super confident. Like, best S&D team in the game, I'm probably going into this map 5 like, this series is going to be ours. But on the opposite side for Paris Legion, the only thing is their overall record in Search and Destroy is sitting at 7-12. They have a really bad overall record, but this is their best map, sitting at 3-1. So this is the best case scenario for Paris Legion as they start off with that first blood with Temp with that snipe onto Slasher. Slasher's best friend has to be the end of that sniper scope. It's got to be, my friend. Great beginning there. Oh, and Asim nearly did not finish the kill onto John. He'll eventually get traded out. Temp once more coming through with another. Still find the pistol onto Asim, nearly beat down as Temp is finally going to be dealt with. It now brings it to a 2 versus 2. Spartan Duke now left to make the retake.
2v2, 35 seconds left. I think what Paris Legion are trying to do is just trying to get to that position in top fire, because that is the safety net. So they can watch this bomb site from an easy angle. Right now, LG, they're wasting a lot of time. Only 20 seconds remaining. Eventually, someone has to try to hop this bomb because Paris Legion are not giving any information to work with.
And they know somebody's going to be in top fire, but in fact, it's actually going to be both of them watching each other's back. Both players are going to win those 1v1s, but as you said, buddy, you can tell LAG, like, okay, surely somebody's going to be around you. Someone's going to be hiding inside a middle. Not at all the case. They watch each other's backs, and from there, they see success.
That was well executed from Paris Legion to find that first blood onto Temp. And I thought it was going to get a little scary when they just gave up that full flank to Asim. And he finds that first blood, but then he eventually gets traded immediately. That's a big kill to shut him down. They get the bomb plant. They reposition themselves. Beautiful setup to close out that round number 1.
Beautiful start for Paris in a mode that they've not seen a ton of success on. S&D has been a weakness for them, but John, a great opener to this round number 2, finds the first blood there on to Spart, giving Paris the numbers and gravity. He's going to see those shadows. He's going to see that would be punched out. And so with that, Paris looked to park the bus for the time, wait for somebody to make a move, and that first player very well could be Asim, it could be Hook. Is it going to be a wrap back, or are they going to stay stationary in P5? Looks like they could be trying to find a pick through middle now.
Yeah, they know that they cannot wrap this bomb back towards A because John has all position towards his base. It's going to be way too much time consuming for him to check every corner trying to wrap back. So now with 30 seconds left, Slasher trying to make a play in towards bottom church, but Jimbo's going to be right around the corner. He sniffs him out, turns it into a 4v2. Gravity finds the third. Now it's all left up to Asim in the 1v4. Not going to be an easy round to get done. Here comes everyone just flying at him, and Paris Legion dominating this S&D so far, up 2-0.
Yeah, man, it all comes down to that first blood, I feel like. John coming through with the first blood. It instantly puts LAG in an awkward position. As you said, he holds the flank. He allows for them to stay put inside of P5. They try to use Slasher as a bait through middle to allow for that B plant, and neither of those things end up going down. Solid start here for the Legion. 3-0 for Jimbo, 2-0 for Gravity. As we'll see if they can make it 3 in a row. In toward field we go. Spart, the first player that's going to be here, quickly met with a stun. His shots expire throughout Tuscan, and Hook getting up close and personal inside of the alley.
Yeah, right here, LAG are just taking map control. Hook does find a kill with that nade to at least make it a 3v3. As they eliminate Asim pushing up towards their tree side. But it's only a matter of time before Jimbo decides to push this late flank. Or they're going to just decide to wrap this bomb back as well. Has 55 seconds remaining on this clock. Eventually, Paris Legion going to slowly push through A. But Hook's in a great position. Sitting in this cheeky corner in towards middle. He can time this flank perfectly.
He absolutely can. Both players' backs are turned. Trying to rely on the fact that Hook is still waiting for where one player is hiding. John gets found out in the field, and Spark's going to take down 2. Jimbo, who's been waiting on the flank, finally gets his chance, but he also will be silenced. A perfect 3 for 3. And those final 3 fights there for the Guerrillas, putting their first round on the board. It's the first 2 from Spark, and it's the last one there from Slasher.
Yeah, right there, if I'm Paris Legion in a 3v3, I'm giving Jimbo the opportunity to be the playmaker. I'm not going to go out there and contest and eventually throw my life, because if they would have stayed alive for at least another 5 seconds, they would have allowed Jimbo to set up on that flank, potentially definitely get 1 and potentially get 2. And that could have opened the bomb side open for the Paris Legion, but LG, they read it beautifully. They're able to get a round on the board. Now, all out pressure from both teams toward the middle of the map. Trades go back and forth, but Jimbo's able to come on top with 2 of his own. Now it's going to be a 2v2. Look at the movement.
My goodness, Jimbo somehow stays alive and I guess goes for a nice little tumble there over toward the well. Is he and Temp, what I've deemed the duo now known as Tempo, left in a 2 versus 2. A big round for them. Guerrillas still with that bomb to lay down. Up to Slasher and Spark, the 2 guys who just feel like they have made such major strides together. They have been that duo in Search Destroy throughout that run at Major 2. Can they go big with another clutching position?
I love this play from Paris. They're just playing it safe in towards top radio, watching their back, but now they're going to fully commit towards this A-bomb, and they can get great timing here. Jimbo's at least able to spot 1. So now, with 25 seconds left, the bomb has to get rotated over towards B. You have one player in Temp who's already trying to cut it off, but he actually drops down towards Fountain, so there should be a free bomb plant for LG at this B site. 45 seconds to work with.
Oh, and as well, Slasher's able to escape with his life. 2 different situations where he was nearly dead to rights. And stays
Jimbo
up, gets full HP. Now on to the retake. Jimbo, up close and personal. Oh, felt like he had 1 just toward his side. Temp has given him the callouts, but can Jimbo deliver? Can Jimbo deliver? Finally the first. They're on to Slasher. Spark now left all up by himself. A 1v2. Time continues to tick away. And can he keep them off of this bomb? Unfortunately not. Jimbo comes away with both, extends his streak. And also will put in the defuse a major 2v2, where once again, the rookie coming up big gives Paris the 3-1 advantage.
Pretty sure Jimbo gets the ace on that round. He finds the first opening 2 kills, and then right there, great teamwork coming in from him and Temp to at least put the locations on where these LAG players are. Finds that player in the Slasher towards that back alley. Then in the 2v1, they play it so patient. They do not allow one of their teammates to hot bomb and eventually have your gun down. You would rather have both of your teammates with their guns up, ready for a gunfight in that kind of situation. They played it beautifully. Jimbo with the ace, sitting at 7-1. Paris Legion up by 2 rounds in this game. Telling you, confidence and comfortability. The young man is showing it right now.
He without a doubt is, not just in the respawns, but obviously here in the search and destroys. Clearing out P5, at least somewhat. Doing his due diligence. Trying to clear things out the best way possible. Meanwhile, that bomb has gone down at A, and he's got 3 players ready and prepared and cannot find any of them. At least is going to give that communication to his teammates, but that is not enough. Here come Guerrillas, and now it's Gravity's turn up to bat.
John finds that kill. Do they check this corner onto Gravity? They do. So now in a 3v2 situation, when John finds that kill, now you know that they're fully committing towards the flank. So Temp with a great nade to at least stall a couple of these seconds. While these players are hurt, challenging his corner. He does find that first kill, makes it into a 2v2, gets out with his life, and now with only 15 seconds left, all you have to do is stay alive if you're Temp.
All you have to do is stay alive. Here comes the pistol. Here comes the pistol. Temp will deliver, not just for 1. The big round. Not going to be there. Vasim with the fists of fury, maybe some frustration as well, as he will see this round explode, the bomb explode, and Paris elevate now to a 4-1 advantage off of what felt like, Jay, a momentum train for the Guerrillas, taking down Jimbo and Gravity.
I thought right there that Temp was dead to rights. Like, he was middle L. Like, he challenges the first guy with the pistol. You have a player in towards top fire, but he maneuvers his way in towards that middle zig. just in the nick of time. All he has to do is just get the player off that bomb. Plays it so beautifully in the clutch. Temp goes massive for Paris Legion to now go up 4-1. 2 rounds away from closing this out. And once again, they're putting all out pressure towards middle. These guys are playing so damn confident right now. Oh my God. This might work out perfect for John if he can just hit this flank. Go, buddy, go!
Just a matter of time. Oh, it's just a matter of time. LAG made their way through the field. Now found themselves on the flank. Found themselves on the flank. Tim, the year's distance. And have the first fight there versus Spart. He's able to take it and will quickly join back up with his teammates. LAG separated. They've got Hook away from them. Asim with the bomb trying to make a play at B. And Slasher there to watch over him. Temp is feeling himself. Well, John clears things out. It is Asim who once more falls. A 2v4 now for the Guerrillas.
This is a much needed round for LAG to try to get back into this game. A very difficult one indeed. 25 seconds left. Bomb is going to be down in towards radio. Here comes Hook, going to go for the challenge. He finds the first, but it's going to be immediately traded. Now Slasher left in the 1v3. Paris Legion, if you lose this round, like, just pay me. I'll spawn in. Promise you we won't lose it. Paris Legion able to close that one out. Oh my.
There he goes. Slasher falls, and Paris 1 round away from clearing out the Guerrillas and sending them home packing. Match point for the rest of this series. Can they do it here? Can it be this round? Or do the Guerrillas have something to show us?
They need to show us something here. For their tournament lives, unfortunately, will most likely come to an end. As Hook is going to put all out pressure in towards middle. You're going to have Paris Legion trying to be super aggressive towards A. And Jimbo once again finds that first blood. It is going to get traded, but now this allows Hook to go for the gunfight. He does not win it. So now Paris Legion have the man advantage. They have A control. So only a matter of time before they get this bomb down.
It's left up to Slasher. It's left up to Spart. Father and son. Can they keep the Guerrillas afloat? Can they keep them alive? The flank is in from Slasher. Able to beam on to Gravity. Now with 2 versus 2. Paris not going to be in a position to plant down that bomb as John quickly hunts for information. 45 seconds left. A lot of time to think about. A lot of time to work. Spart, he doesn't see him. He does not spot Temp. The gun blocked his view. And just like that, in a moment's notice, the snap of a finger, Thanos, in fact, is going to be left in an unfavorable position. A 1v2 for their life. He spots Temp. Takes him off the plane. Now a 1v1 versus John.
18 seconds. Can he read this play? He's going to hear him.
Oh!
He's going to hear him, and Slasher keeps his team alive a little bit longer with a huge 1v2 clutch. Gets great timing onto Temp, and then reads it beautifully onto John, getting a couple sound cues in his ear as he keeps his team alive a little bit longer in this game 5. Insane stuff from Slasher on a 4 spree. If he can work towards this glide bomb, we can get scared. We saw the full sell happen yesterday between NYSL and LAT on this map specifically. LAG just need to do it round by round. Take your time. Oh no! Told you, Slasher in that sniper scope.
Temp with the first. Slasher out. And dead to rights for the moment. Temp escapes with 30 HP as John goes for the engagement. He's at least able to trade on to 1. 3v2 advantage right now for Paris. And Hook very well may have just snuck through. They do not spot him. Going in through middle. We'll see what he does with this information. As he and Spart look to group up. Is it going to be another clutch from LAG again? As they carefully make their way into that B site, Jay.
And Hook's just trying to play for a kill, but Jimbo wins a huge one-on-one. Now it's all left up to Spart, the Cinderella story himself, to keep his team alive in this tournament. 25 seconds. Paris Legion are just playing the buddy system. They're playing this correct at every single ounce of this round so far. If you're smart, you just got to try to get this down. But can he get it down before Jimbo decides to turn this corner from bottom church? It's going to get planted. All out push coming in from Church Alley. He does stay alive. 40 seconds to work with.
40 seconds to work with. Jimbo quickly on the defuse. Is Spark going to get the timing? Is Spark going to get the timing? He actually sees both. Spark sees both, but Temp with the timing is going to be able to win the 1v1. He will punch in the digits, and he will send Paris Legion to a date later on for a shot at the bracket. Paris Legion walk away with the Game 5 W versus the defending Minnesota Major Champions. Another upset here at the Pro-Am Classic.
What a performance from Paris Legion from start to finish of this series, especially Jimbo. Like, for the young man to step up in a Game 5 versus a team who just won the previous tournament, gives you 12-4. Nice little dozen piece to work with. Gets multiple first bloods, gives you an ace in one round. Paris Legion came to play today. They respond in that first hard point. Such a close back and forth game. They lose the search and destroy. We were expecting that. But then they enter in the control. We said it. Whoever walks away with the control is going to be able to walk away with this series. Jimbo has a big control. Tom Gravity has big respawns in general every single map. Paris Legion stay alive and now put themselves 1-1 in the pool with a big match later on to potentially make it towards bracket. Great stuff from them.
Great stuff out of the Paris Legion boys. And my goodness, as you said it, buddy, a number of different players stepping up, but this series has got big old Jimbo signature all over a 12-4 game here in the Game 5 to elevate his team to now a 1-1 record here in this group. LAG fall to 0-2, and I believe their chances of moving forward into that bracket stage are going to be ended. And Jay, there was some action as well going down on the Delta stream. It was Ultra Academy North America who won in Game 5 over the Boston Breach, and in the final round to close it out, Mohawk goes for a 1v3 on Desert Siege. Madness going down in this group right now, buddy.
That's insane, because I'm pretty sure Ultra already take down LAG. They already have that series underneath their belt. They beat both of the pro teams so far that they have had to play. And now they have to play Paris Legion to go 3-0, potentially have #1 seed going into bracket play. That's insane stuff, but now it's even more important because I'm pretty sure if Paris Legion are able to beat Toronto Ultra Academy, and they take first seed. Because now they would have the head-to-head, so that's a huge match for both of those teams. But Toronto Ultra and the Academy, somebody's got to sign those guys. They're performing hella good so far this tournament.
They have, man. It's absolutely wild. I mean, what a performance. What a day it has already been. We're only through our first few games, and we are seeing upset after upset already. Obviously, you've seen the matches going down across the entirety of our streams, but here on Bravo, if you've been with us here since the beginning, you witnessed a banger of a series. Paris Legion, Jimbo gets the job done here in the Game 5 to give themselves a chance at that winner spot, or rather in that bracket position, moving on here in the next few days. I mean, my goodness, what a game that we have set up. I mean, this group just gets that much more interesting as the day will continue. So you'll want to have all those tabs up. You'll want to try to be keeping yourself as up to date as possible. And so far here on the CDL, we've been doing an excellent job at doing that. We'll only continue to. That's going to be it for myself and Study here on the Bravo station. We're going to go into a commercial break. Some more awesome action here from the Pro-Am Classic ahead. Make sure and stay with us.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the Pro-Am Classic. Time to keep things rolling over here on Bravo Stream. We've got ourselves some Toronto Ultra going up against Atlanta Faze, and it's Miles and Chance. And mate, you look fantastic today. Goddamn, I came here in my PJs. What the? What?
Thanks, man. No, I definitely appreciate that just a little bit. You certainly look comfortable in the nice blanket sweater thing you have going on. But I'd say the match that we have is like generically a very interesting one, right? Like Ultra versus Faze is a matchup we have seen time and time again. Quite a few like finals as well as like the Champs finals from this past year. Now the story is going to be a little bit different though, right? Obviously, Toronto Ultra has not been on the hot streak from the start of this year. That being said, they've won every single hardpoint they have played so far in this Pro-Am. So I think honestly Atlanta Faze will be the very quick spot check to see exactly how good their hardpoint is. And on the flip side for Atlanta Faze, it's their S&D that is still good, like make no mistake, but not nearly as dominant it has been before. And this is some fantastic S&D maps for Atlanta Faze in this series. So I think it'd be a very nice dynamic of Ultra. How well can they do in the hardpoints? Faze, how well do they do in the searches against Ultra?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Both teams looking very different coming into this year, it has to be said. I mean, from top to bottom, we have had a very different look all round when it comes to what Ultra being a top 2 team throughout almost every game in Cold War, and the same can be said really for Atlanta Faze. Interesting looks though coming into the Vanguard season. Things ain't been quite the same. But here we go, friends, ready to rock and roll into map number 1. This is going to be Gavutu Hardpoint. Here we go. Bravo ticking things over slowly. Nothing but upsets here in the Pro-Am Classic. I don't know where we go from here. Make that be the truth. That truly be it. And I'd tell you what, someone's having a cigar on broadcast right now. I'm not sure it is. I think it might be. It is, of course, Arcetes. He's having a toke or something fun, and he's getting into this one. Here we go, friends. Gavutu Hardpoint. Let's get it.
Yeah, definitely going to be looking to smoke the opposition in this one. I think is the clear-cut game plan for the squad. And is obviously going to be incredibly dangerous on the map, especially because of Celium. I mean, he just opens thing up with a nice little 3-piece, gets his team inside the point. And, obviously, anytime we bring up Celium, we talk about the MVP category. I did look it up. Faze has played 22 series so far. Celium has gone positive in 21 of them. And normally when he goes positive, he is absolutely feasting in the lobbies, and maybe this Gavutu will be no different.
Nope, indeedy. I would expect nothing less than brilliance from Celium. Inside now trying to make his way to the point. He won a hard one to break into, indeed. Over to Abizi, can't get any more out of that life. Bansto will find 2 kills. Managed to get his team now onto the point for a few seconds. And again, that very important time now going their way. Bands, not going to get any more kills there. Cell will bring him down, and it's trades abound. 2 teams, storied rivalry amongst them. So far, so good. Atlanta Faze with a great opening here. And again, Abizi trying to clean up these players on both sides. That is all Faze all day. They've got this one locked down. This time is going to be theirs.
I don't know when the last time Toronto Ultra's gotten a kill either, because, right, Celium's pushing ult over towards P1. He's popping pieces along the way and making it that much easier for his teammates to take over the boat. And frankly, the man is frying 10 kills, and we are literally only on the 2nd hill, and that is a kill feed very white on the left side, as Insight has yet to find his first kill, and this is looking already incredibly dangerous. The 2 ARs for Faze, both on 4-3s.
And this has been such a strong map though for Faze for so long. Again at 62 and climbing, nothing but kills all around. It's a 6-3 for Celium, 4 still for us. It's going wild. But for Atlanta Faze, man, I mean, last time we saw them play this map so brilliantly again was the Grand Finals against the LAG, and admittedly they may have lost that Grand Finals, but man alive, did they give that team that won the event a whooping on Gavutu. Now the same thing can be said. Ultra though, Chance, they do have rotation down towards Beach. P3's theirs. See how long they can hold it though. Here come Faze.
And here comes a glide bomb potentially as well. Celium, if he only needs to win a single gunfight, happy to take his time and bait out his teammates, and there you go, you get the streak you want. And see what he's doing, actually trying to open up the back of the map to not block those spawns. And at least right now, Ultra are still spawning towards the back, but 45 seconds left. This might be glide bomb time early on.
We'll see if it comes through. Here it is. Lands a profit. Should be able to crack at least one player at the point. That's going to be Insight. He's going to eat that one for now. It's going to give the players clearance to move their way forward. Sim towards that first cut. Here comes the cross. Shots are on through, and it's all Ultra. Great work on the defense. They're still managing to retain the point. Kills are all there. Celium's having a back on up. Here comes the aggression. It's your boy Kleenex, the Great Dane, soaring into the ring, finding at least 1 or 2 out of that. Abizi and Arcetes now trying to pick up the pieces, licking of the wounds. Back over to the point. Can they get any more breaks or time here? I'd say no chance. Ultra, a wonderful bounce back on P3.
Yeah, I mean, if Insight could win, a single gunfight, maybe this thing would maybe a little bit different on rotation, but I suppose as far as that P3 goes, all things considered, Ultra hold it absolutely for the majority of the time, and they burned the glide bomb. But now in my mind, and this is where Atlanta gets dangerous. Vance, I mean, if you push this beach side of the map, Faze leaves it open purposely to spawn trap teams in the back. So I know you want this time, but right now, Ultra, they are playing with fire.
Some folks get burned. Some use this flame of ambition to drive themselves further, and that's what BZ's going for. Cleans up the point. A nice 2 out of him. That's the full side of the map covered now for Faze. A sweet nade from Bance. He picks himself up 2 more. There's Benjamin Bance at 10 and 8. Trying to keep things going now for the squad. Will he be able to get an opening at the very least for his team? Oh my, Simp has just run circles around the entire squad. A difficult man to kill. Can't quite get it done. The final 20 seconds are going to tick away. Chance it's going to be all Faze. We go over to P5, and Ultra have cut the map in half.
Yeah, I mean, you're not getting that scrap time at all. Faze has that unlocked, so you just need to make sure you keep them contained for this rotation. And Vance is trying to do so over towards Cliff. He takes down at least one, and you see all the pressure Ultra is putting over towards the ring side of the map. Again, just about containing Atlanta and making sure you're the first ones to know. That being said, someone actually does have to go there. You know, maybe 5 or 6 seconds of wasted time for Ultra, but at the very least, they have their setup.
See if they can hold it. Kleenex still keeping the run going. A little too antsy, flies into a Celium, gets taken care of there again. P5, a very strong hard point indeed for many teams. We'll see if they can, Ultra can get themselves back into this one, lock up a considerable amount of time, and that's going to be the game plan for now. Celium, though, once again, a top boat, continues to be statistically a menace. 20 and 7 for the young wonder kid here in this matchup. Seemingly unkillable. Bance seemingly finding the final few shots there, but Chance has been unbelievable stuff out of Cell. You talked about MVP performances before, and it is something we will be bringing up many, many times throughout this year. He is making Ultra look a little silly right now. Can be 5 and 10, 4 and 12 out of Insight. It is not a great look for our Canadian heroes.
No, it is also a necessity for them to win that rotation, but already in the feed, well, they were getting picked apart at first. Vance able to get towards the hill, but can't win the gunfight. RCD is there for the trades, and even on the rotation battle, Atlanta just a little bit too clean. Maybe scrapping is towards the end, but Kleenex the lone man. It is a 1v1 gunfight inside the hill that he's trying to go quick, and he is successful. So big plays coming out of the Dane, and well, Ultra will be able to break through an important moment, because if you don't get that, you spiral out of control.
Let's see how it goes, though. Insight still trying to find anything here. Down by, what, 60-odd points right now? 60-odd points right now is going to be Ultra. Faze still holding them by their throat, and that's going to be a solid bit of kills. Since here on ring, it's going to be all going the way of Faze, unless Cammy can get involved. Here comes the hit, though, from the front side. Teammates got it covered. You've got a contest now taking place at the very least. That's going to help out. But RC's and Abizi immediately flooding straight back onto the point. The Lanimals eating them alive, quite simply, as Vance continues to be the man for his team right now. 16 and 15. He is doing everything he can, but it is not enough. Chance. Atlanta Faze still proving too much.
Around Rosie, Insight comes out on top of that one, but Insight has turned things around. You know, he starts out 0 and 8. Since then, he's been what? I mean, 10 and 6, so certainly not too shabby. But if you're just looking in the kills department, the ARs for Toronto Ultra a combined 15 and 29. On the flip side for Cell and RCs, it is what, 41 and 22. So it is purely just AR dominance right now for Atlanta, who once again, actually inside this P2, might be where Atlanta has gotten a majority of their time. Like the P4 notwithstanding, they have absolutely run the show as soon as you get this boat control, and say Ultra have pretty much had nothing to offer these guys.
No, this has been a very much one-sided affair from Atlanta Faze. It's the Faze of old. 21 and 12 come out of RCs as well. He's looking disgusting indeed in the map, and it's working out for Faze. Kills keep going their way. A little bit of time now garnered going the way of Ultra, or sorry, map presence for Ultra. Again, they've got themselves that P3 spawn, and this is what they were doing last time around, and it worked out for them very well. This was a great comeback for them, but they're going to need a lot more in the rest of the hard points. So for now, we'll see what you've got. Faze can get the break early. They could win the game right here, right now, but you've got Ultra set up chance. Here comes the hold.
Yeah, the only hill I'd say Ultra has had a great deal of success on is this P3, so they're looking for another full 60, but even if like Faze gives it to them, let's pretend they, you know, set their controllers down and stop playing. You get up to what, 160? You're still down 70 points, and you have to win this rotation. And Faze in a tough spot, but actually now they have sort of flipped those spawns. So if Ultra can try to hold this from the front, they'll at least have the rotation. But obviously, again, playing with fire. Faze 18 seconds away from the dub.
Here they go. Faze trying to make their way forward. Kleenex finds himself a nice 2. 19-22 overall. The 3 spree comes to a close. Here comes Faze right to the point. Cell's going to find at least one. Cammy locking it down. The last man up. RCs brings him to a close as well. Fans through mid-map. Trying to stay alive as best he can, but it's the rat of Simp in mid-map. That's going to be the death knell now. Ultra, you're going to lose this time. The next 10 seconds goes away. That goes into the back pocket of Faze. Gets them so close to the end here. Another hard point's up. Ultra with the spawns, Ultra with the control, but here comes a PZ.
I mean, Ultra, though, they're just trying to buy life, right? Try to force it to that next rotation, and this is a hill, obviously, you can hold for a great deal of time. P5 is the exact same, so somehow, some way, just need to find a chain, but also need to make sure you're winning all these gunfights. Turtle towards the back of the point for the moment. Faze, they're setting up for the break.
Here comes the last hit now. Kleenex has been caught unaware. All 4 members of Faze getting ready to get the go on. Cammy lands a nice nade. Here comes Cell through the front line. Shots are good. Finds another one. Cell with the trades back and forth. Bounce goes down, and Faze are on top. That is it. A clean break. Nothing you can do. Atlanta Faze, map 1, squeaky clean. 160 for Ultra chance. At this point in time, I was like, hey, man, give them as much time in the hill as you possibly can. This was the warm-up for Ultra, it felt like.
Yeah, and genuinely no secrets about that map, right? It was Celium and Arcides just looking like 2 of the, if not the 2 best AR players in the world, right? 23 and 17 for Arcides, 28 and 16 for Celium. And frankly, for Celium, he actually did slow down, right? I mean, he was lighting up the feed. I mean, he had what, 10, 12 kills, something like that after the first 2 hills. So he was absolutely on fire. Of course, though, somewhat of the expectation, like even the story in Cold War, Ultra never needed to win 2 hits against Faze. They just need to steal the 1, and maybe Gavutu is not the map to try to sneak one through.
Definitely not. It's been a great map for Faze for a while, and again, continued dominance from them as they have looked pretty solid in the Pro Am Classic so far. We've got some replays from that last one, guys. Unbelievable stuff. Celium continuing to be one of the most statistically dominant players in the league by far, John. What a run from him. I mean, early on, double-digit kills, single-digit deaths, you name it, the man was doing it all. He really has. He's always been a great player. There's no doubt about it. But something about Vanguard is bringing the best out of Celium.
I mean, again, really is just a game that seems to be built for him. But he had 17 kills, by the way, on like P3 in the first rotation. So he absolutely did slow down later on. But obviously, he was failed did not make that big of a difference. But fairly standard stuff, I'd say almost as expected. Cammy with a bit of a slow one, going double negative as well. Certainly feeling that pain in Faze ARs. But this is the expectation, right? Faze gets the hard point. The big question now turns over to that search and destroy. We will be going to a desert siege where overall, like Faze still has a pretty good record, 5-3, but they did get 6-0 bodied yesterday by Seattle on the map. And obviously, SMD has been the biggest struggle point for Atlanta. I think it's like a 17-15 record overall, which, for half the teams in this league, that is what they want. That would be ideal. For Atlanta Faze, not at all, right? Going into the best 9 series in the finals that they struggling to actually come away with wins. That is where SMD is most important for in a series. So this is the game where they really need to try to hone in on. Obviously, Ultra is SMD, gurus in a certain sense. Maybe not quite as much in this game as in Cold War, but this is where Ultra have built their success throughout the year. So fun little map to do.
We'll see, yeah, indeed. For Atlanta Faze, I think this is something they've been working on for a while. Getting 6-0'd yesterday was one thing. If they can improve that scoreline today, if they can get some, just a new strats under the belt, newfound confidence here on Desert Siege, again, setting themselves up for greatness throughout the remainder of the season. So look to see Faze apply as much learnings as they possibly can in this upcoming Desert Siege search. We're on the other side of that one, friends. Toronto, this is a must-win. You don't want to be going down 2-0 against Faze. Control on the cards. It's not going to be a good look for them. They're still incredibly solid at the game mode here in Vanguard. For me, I'm still concerned about the Ultra squad. I'm concerned about the way they're looking right now, Chance. I'm just sort of, given the performance we saw coming out of the ROKKR major, Major 2, I don't know where we go from here as Ultra. We need to see a decent turnaround here, a good bit of performance out of them. Obviously, they're going to make it out of groups at this point. We're battling first, second. But it's not like this, right? Ultra is such a strong team, a great roster with, good history behind it, big major wins, second place champs, you name it, man. They don't look like that.
I mean, these guys are feeling the pressure for sure, right? Especially you, 2 of your own academy teams that are in the mix of the Pro-Am, especially when one of those academy teams is consistently getting wins, clutching 1v3s to take down Boston Breach, who were, top 4 at the last event, beating these champs from the last event. So the academy team right now is tearing it up, so the actual Ultra team certainly feeling the pressure. But that being said, I mean, from what we've seen up until Faze on that Gavutu, they were 4-0 in hardpoint, taking care of business, certainly looking better. And if I had to pick a team that would make leaps and bounds in in improvement in the month break that we had, Toronto Ultra would be top of that list for me. I mean, obviously this might be one of the true tests of the series. Map 1. Not a ton of life was shown overall, I'd say, but it is very much the battle, right? You can go against Faze, go toe-to-toe with the team that has been the best team in the world for the past 3 years. You are in a good spot, so we'll see if they bounce back in this map too.
Big old bounce back opportunity right now on Desert Siege. Here we go, man, over to Toronto Ultra versus Atlanta Faze. Let's get into it. 2 bomb sites, first to 6-round wins. We're going to take turns attacking and defending, and it's going to be all sorts of wild shenanigans. Here comes the opening shenanigan hit, though, and again, it looks like Ultra aggressive towards mid. Abizi with the first blood, as is tradition. A lot of mid-map presence now being felt by both teams. However, that opening blood's going to dictate a lot of how this next round goes, and there we go. Sim gets on the board as well. Chances a 2v4.
And I think the only player that could have made a play was Cammy, and that's what he's looking for. A quick pick on the site if he could have it, but Celium should trade this out. Or Celium gives it away for free, so you do have bomb down in this 2v3. Ultra still a feasible position, but you can't throw away a life. Sim's trying. Celium on the outside. Right now, Cammy and inside. The ARs, they are working together.
Oh, Cammy almost managed to get 3 there somehow. So we have now a 1v2. It's the Terrors taking on Insight. And Insight, again, he did not have a great first map. Let's see what you can do now, though. Again, shots were all good. The bomb play is going to be going down at A. However, he has made his way across map. This could be a very, very late rotation. Very, very late flank chance. He's got 40 seconds to get the kills and the defuse.
And also going to be a super predictable late flank as well, right? Instead of being in the power position up in the top tower with an AR against 2 SMGs, he goes towards the middle where things get mixy. Does spot Abizi, but there you go. You see him and Simp immediately just wrapping out, going to the power positions, and this makes this round much more difficult for Inside to try and win.
Tough. Here comes the close hit, and it's going to be Abizi with the kill. The first, the bomb down, and the last kill going his way as Abizi makes it look that little bit easier. Great stuff out of Faze. Nice adaptation. Post-plant position. All good in the hood.
I suppose Insight might have gotten back down, but again, if I'm an AR player working with Cammy, who is like aggressive, you know you bomb down over towards A, I don't know. The wrap seems to be a bit of a problem in my mind. Like not a situation where you're going for the highest round percentage sort of play, but whatever the case may be, Faze, they get the first bloods. They clutch up the 4v2 in the end, and you go back to somewhat of a standard. Ultra playing a very tight setup towards the middle of the map. This looks like it might be a pretty quick bomb plan. Sim doesn't quite have the angle.
Doesn't have it. Bomb's down. Will he get caught out, though? Insight. Has he got eyes on him? And he's got a clue. Simp's here. They've somehow managed to avoid seeing each other. There's the opening shot, though. That's going to be giving away the position. Now Insight has eyes on. The snipe does come through. The trades are abound. Less than 30 seconds to work with now. Insight, he misses it. Or is Simp going to make him pay for it, though? That's the question. Simp now the last man up. 1v3. Shots were good. Kleenex is going to nail it. Nice stuff out of Ultra.
Yeah, just too quick on the flank there from Kleenex, right? Insight doing his job, just like sort of drawing the attention for Celium, and we were being able to gifted the tried and true quick flank for Kleenex. 3-1 to his name, and I like that from Ultra. You know, nothing too crazy. Get the bomb planted B in the first, maybe 15 seconds of the round, and execute on the flanks. Nice little bounce back, and I'd say it's 2 for 2 for the offensive rounds.
A bit of fun so far in Desert Siege. Can be a little slow, can be a bit stale, but for now, I'm having a good old time in the desert. Sim waiting for an opening pick here. Again, that tower, very, very popular spot on defense. No one there, though, in this time. Cammy's going to be the one player up, and a great nade is 2-man hit there towards that A-bomb site. The nades land, the kills come through. Not a chance from Arstes to get across there. Now over to Abizi as Kleenex has garnered so much information this round.
And funnily enough, that's the exact same angle that Cammy got a pick earlier on, just like through this little broken wall up top. So Faye's not making the adjustment to actually watch that angle, and they get punished at least just a little bit. But in this 2 versus 3, Vance playing aggressive, but hey, there you go. You're dealing with the sniper. You take him down and leave Celium in the 1v3, and he is tagged up 1 shot. Vance wants to die, so he'll feed Celium an extra kill, but still a 1v2 with bomb down. Not an easy situation in the slightest. I don't expect Insight to leave him that back train anytime soon.
No. Got to stay there. They know the bomb's down at least. Ooh, Celium nearly making something special of it. Less than 30 seconds now to play with. Ultra's going to have to make their way back. Bomb has been grabbed. That's going to change things somewhat. Still 20 seconds to play with here, and he's in trouble. And Cell is certainly trying to make him work for it, but at this moment in time, surely this is impossible now for Celium. Surely. There's no way he gets a kill out of this either. So good job, Ultra. The final 5 seconds tick down. He's not getting the bomb down, and Insight does get the win. There we go. Ultra, it's 2 back-to-back here on the Siege.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate for Sell, I'd say right there was, 7 different bad timings where he holds X instead of Y. Maybe the player pops up, but either way, just both players for Ultra, not Bance, but the other two, effectively playing their lives towards the end. So taking care of business, no man advantages being thrown away just yet. And keep in mind, CleanX not super close to it just yet, but on a 4 spree, creeping up on that glide bomb.
He's been another player alongside Bance, very, very aggressive, pressing the advantage when they know they've got it. We will see, though, as this has happened a few times now, these kills in these early steps. Abizi trying to get involved now. Shots are good. RC's managed to nail one with a nade as well. The kills are all there. So here we go. 2v3 now. Cammy and Insight taking on RC, Simp, and Selly himself from that back tower position. Here come the rest of the squad flying forward. They know they've got kills. They know they have the numbers. Do they know that the bomb's down on the steps, though? That's the question. Is Ultra out? It's all down to Insight.
Yeah, no, Abizi just single-handedly winning them that round. In effect, just winning that gunfight on the flank. He puts himself in a hyper-aggressive position just to deliver a 1 versus 3 where Faze has completely taken over the flank, and Insight much too slow to try to read that one. Faze with a dominant round win, and I'd say that is almost the classic, the Abizi special. He is by himself deep in enemy territory and still somehow finds a kill. I think a Kobe came out of RCDs as well on top of the pick that came in thereafter. So efficient stuff. None of these rounds have been too crazy. You just get the first blood, win the round. No big deal.
No big deal. Smooth and simple. Here we go. Another good round up. Bomb in the hand of Abizi. We're going to make our way in towards the middle of the map, get things going. Party's going to get started real quick. Here come the shots. It's Bance with the first blood. And Selim's been taken care of. He was the player on the outskirts there of the map, that low left-hand side of the mini-map. It makes B a little bit safer for the members of Toronto Ultra now on defense.
I was about to, yeah, Bance gets another one. Gets the first blood and the second. CleanX doesn't need to take that gunfight because he can send Bance in, and Bance actually sliding again into death, but he has already done his job. Insight roaming deep outer as well, and yeah, Simp, you're just looking at pixels down there. Toronto Ultra, dominant round win. That is, again, 5 in a row as far as the first bloods go. Get the first blood, win the round, and I think Bance, again, a man that just does his homework. I know Selim at the start of the year on this map, an absurd KD. At one point, he had a 2.4 on Desert Siege, but he does do fairly standard things, and I think teams are really just starting to heavily play around that and make sure Selim does not pop off in the gameplay. Sitting at 1-4 for the moment. He has been vanquished in these first 5 rounds.
Here we go again. Slow hit from Ultra towards A. And Simp might be able to catch a player or two here, and this snipe could ring out. Oh, nearly with a jump shot. He saw at least 2 players, though. Massive information gained. The rest of Faze now moving forward. Simp managing to win the fight. That is massive. Now he's got an MP40 as well. He just became that bit more dangerous. Bomb going down, though. That's going to help now for Ultra trying to hit this in the post-plant position. CleanX find the bloody window. Here we go. Faze through the back.
And Insight's in the deep pocket as well. They already killed Abizi on the flank, so you're a little bit safer, but I see someone has hopped that bomb Insight.
Oh.
He better have this read to actually get him off, and the shots are there. I believe it's in a 2 versus 2, but the base player hunt down Insight. Now they got to turn around and watch their flank as Cammy's here. 1v1 against Sal. Insal drops him. Gets the defuse as well in the mixiest of rounds. Faze comes out on top. That is trades on trades. And Faze just have that edge towards the end. Again, I think RCDs is effectively just bait in that moment to get on the bomb, draw those players out. And nice little swarm around the site. That is not an easy one to grab at all. So Atlanta comms are clean and crystal clear to tie this one up at 3-3.
I'm almost surprised. I was concerned that Cammy's flank was a little too late, but again, managing to catch Simp on the cross was nice, and then that 1v1 against Selly and Wolf. Half a second earlier, you might be able to get both, who knows. But Sel clutches up, finds the kill, all tied up at 3-3 now. We go again. Simp not able to get too involved with the snipe of Cammy. We haven't seen him snipe for quite some time. There's been a lot of back and forth between him and Insight as to who should be running the rifle, but for now, it's going to be Cammy finding that opening success, 3v3 now. Bomb's still around in mid-map for Faze.
And Bance right now, I think, just in a bit of a tough situation because they don't have... Actually, I take that back. Insight is locking over towards B. So Bance can just juggle back and forth while actually on the flank. Cammy, he's got the snipe in hand, but with the pistol, you can be deadly. And he finds Celium in the trigger finger on point, and that leaves RCDs in a 1 versus 3. gets the freebie on Cammy and, well, puts him in a 1v2, and he does have bomb in hand, which is the good news. Bad news, it is Desert Siege, and clutches are incredibly difficult.
Very difficult indeed, but the timing could be great here. If you can catch at least this player in there, that's it. It's a 1v1, and now Arcetes has turned a 1v3 into something almost doable. Bance, though, knows he has him pinned, presses the advantage, has the map positioning to take care of him in that situation, and the gunny was good. Woo! I was believing, though, Chance. It's not easy to clutch. Arcetes made me a believer.
Yeah, I mean, it's surely just a situation where the other team... I mean, this is for most clutches in Call of Duty, but you really have to make mistakes because Arcetes, as soon as he gets killed in the deepest corner of the map, I mean, Bance can trap him in that back corner from 37 different positions. So Arcetes, it is, effectively guesswork with only 30 seconds on the clock of how quickly you need to go. But he feels that pressure. Ultra trying to apply it maybe towards the middle of the map. They've taken over a couple of these rooms, and the bomb's certainly leaning towards A. But no gunfights coming through just yet. Actually, Beezy finds the first blood on the steps. Faze have dominated the bottom side of the map.
Insight's about to get shot in the back. Those spidey senses better be tingling, son, because you are in a world of hurt if this happens. He's been shot in the back many times now. Arcetes are on that flank. He's fast moving, but he won't see him from here. Stun check gives it all up. There's the push. Oh, wait a bloody minute! In sight, 4 HP. Somehow manages to find the kill. Kleenex now gets things going. It's a 2v2. This map has just turned on its head.
Yeah, we'll talk about that one later. Arcetes and now Selly actually might get flanked and shot in the back. Fun enough, Faze, like Kleenex picks up the bomb. They're going to have no idea where that even is, because why would the bomb get dropped in the tower? A Faze sort of split. Selly is looking the wrong direction. Atlanta does not have the intel on where these players are.
25 seconds. Kleenex about to make it a bit easier. Okie dokie, Simp. Now we go. He spots up. Should be able to catch the player on bomb if he does go for the plant. No tag. Now he has to make the play forward. Coverage is there. You've seen him. Shots were good. Ultra managed to stay alive. Simp, the timing was sweet, but the setup there from Ultra puts him on map point.
Dude, and if Insight is shooting like that, what was going on Gavutu? Because I mean, hit Arcetes with the windmill 180 to get that kill. And I don't know what that was like from Arcetes' POV, but that is single-handedly the reason why Ultra were able to win that round.
Whoa.
Uncharacteristic mistake out of the main AR, or, well, I suppose now flex player for Atlanta Faze, but that is something Ultra taking full advantage of. A 5-3 lead. Biggest gap there has been. It has been a very back-and-forth game until that moment.
Faze are going to try something different, maybe hearing what feels like their last chance. Desert Siege not been too kind to them. Nice nade out of Bance. A lot of information again. You know those players are in mid-map. Cammy finds the little window, finds his way through. Quite literally, Arcetes now from the window gets himself a kill as well. 3v3.
Now it's just about waiting for a player to make a mistake. Bance up top, though. He catches Selim again. Bance is so annoying in these spots, and he's able to rat back to safety. Arcetes, though, with the beamer, and now all of a sudden, it is all on Bance because Beezy wins the gunfight as well. They knew he was in the deep corner over towards B, but right now, Beezy's got that covered. The bomb's going to get planted. Arcetes gets out, and Bance gets caught. Atlanta Faze bounce back, down, but not out. Get this at least to a round number 10, and that is just clean and efficient work, right? I'm thinking Bance wins the gunfight on Cell almost to seal the deal of the round, but the instant response, not just from Arcetes, but Abizi as well. A very eclectic round almost.
It was a fun one for sure, man. Desert Siege is growing on all of us. As Cammy returns to his corporeal form, we get things going again. Here we have it. Ultra still on map point. Faze trying to force the round 11. Slower hit now through mid-map. Cammy somehow finding another first blood. He has been influential here on Desert Siege. As can't quite get the bomb down. Sim's going to take clean care of him. The rat in hand. The nade was there just in case he needed it. And now Kleenex, the little peeping Tom, finds himself a crack in the door. Should be able to maybe get something out here. He's got the backside of the map covered. Ultra stuff to recover the bomb from B, find a pick or two, and then get things going. 3v3, less than a minute.
In number 5, by the way, Arcetes, they're hunting players down. They are not set, or like they are making plays. They know they have bombed out on site, but they get aggressive and they get caught out while doing so. Abizi gets first blooded, sprinting up the map. Arcetes gets, well, second blooded in effect in the opponent's spawn. You still do have that bomb down. Insight is never going to move. Cammy's going for the full wrap, and it looks like they do know exactly where Selim is based on the angle that Insight is holding. So at least one player is trapped, but I think right now we're waiting for Cammy to come and try to make that play and take something down.
Cammy's got to get going, man. Once again, it's a bit too slow out of Cameron McGilligan. 20 seconds to go now. Insight, if he leaves this position, he's about to get beamed. Cammy, you've got 15 seconds now to find the kills. The noise, there it is. Here we go. Still 2v1. Simp's trying to make something happen here. Time ticking. You have to grab the bomb and get the plant down. Simp stays alive. He's just gone and done it. He might have just hoodwinked him. He's flying in. Simp, wait a minute. If they're going to kill. Inside. They got him. Oh my. 0.01 second on the clock in Toronto Ultra. What a bloody finish that was.
Yeah, they can count their lucky stars because that was not an effectively played 2v1 in any sense of the way. I mean, literally, Insight had Cellium trapped, and it took Cammy a solid, 50 seconds to wrap around to get the kill. They gave themselves an extra half a second to actually plant the bomb by the time they picked it up, and then even Cammy wasn't really watching over his teammate there for the help in the final moments. I mean, if Sip wins that gunfight, or I don't know, it was fantastic timing by whoever was actually planting the bomb in that moment, but that is in my opinion, somewhat of a poorly played 2v2, poorly played 2v1, but miraculous reaction time towards the end, at the very least, to get you that win.
It was dumb lit, friends. Wow. Got up 1-1 here in the series now as we look across the highlights. And nice kills. Most of that brilliant turn on from Insight and taking care of Arstees and that flank. Wonderful shots, getting him involved again in the game. Some good clutches, or at least the potential from both sides as well. Arstees again nearly managed to get that 1v3. Just snipes, you name it, man. This is a great matchup. Again, for Faze, in the long run, I'm seeing, they're getting better at Desert Siege, trying to turn this into a more valid game type for them in the map pool. But, man, tricky stuff indeed. Props to Cammy after a brilliant bounce back. Dreadful hardpoint he had to open the series. Now looking much better there, 11-7 overall. At 10-8 from Simp again. Good stuff for the snipes chance. Again, it's not an easy thing to do at a pro level, I suppose, when everyone is, they shoot so well. But I think Simp, trying to make the most of things there in Desert Siege, trying to sort of get comfortable with the sniper rifle in hand. Good looks either way out of both squads. That was a really fun map. Really fun.
I mean, if Simp can shoot the pistol like that all the time, he can snipe at respawn for all I care. His pistol shot is absolutely disgusting. Yeah. It is interesting and certainly worth noting that Cammy is sniping again, which wasn't expected. I know at the very start of the year, there was 2 maps where Cammy would snipe, 2 maps where Insight would snipe. And then at some point, Insight starts popping off with a sniper rifle, and Cammy's like, all right, I'm putting it away, just giving that to Insight permanently. But in the month break, again, Ultra is clearly a team that has, in some sense, gone back to the drawing board. When it comes to all their game modes, and certainly put a great deal of effort into cleaning up the hard point. But to Gavutu control we go, and as far as respawn maps go, this is actually a pretty strong one for Ultra.
But we'll find out how strong it will be for Ultra after this very quick commercial break. Don't go too far.
tune back into the music. You know how to do this. Don't second guess, just not a test. It's not a race, no black or white. Everything's great. No yesterday, never tomorrow. Only the present, that is your gift. It benefits you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Prime Classic. We've got Toronto Ultra Atlanta Faze. We're going to map number 3. We're going to Gavutu Control. And Chance, do you think this might be a strong one for Ultra?
Well, not think. I mean, it very much is a strong one for Ultra, right? They have a 4-1 record on the map. Atlanta Faze 5-7 overall. So it's not like Faze, like they will always be dangerous, make no mistake. But I think Ultra will be happy for the map pick. They might have been one of the teams, by the way, sort of caught in like the coin flip blender as far as like the control goes. So now that Berlin's in the mix, Ultra might be one of the teams that ends up benefiting the most. Obviously, that remains to be seen, and we have a lot that still needs to be discovered. Also, hopefully, I sound like I'm above Lance now. I think this is an important thing I'm worried about, but certainly solid map, at least for the map 3 for Ultra. I know the hard point will always be the permanent question for these guys, and we'll absolutely get to see that Tuscan. And then if we get to a map 5, Bocage in my mind will be super interesting because Ultra 3 and 4 overall, which isn't great, but I definitely think, again, especially with the month break, that they'll have some tricks up their sleeves for the map 5. But that is where Atlanta Faze are 7-1. So Faze not going to be shying away from the map 5, but I'd say for Ultra's sake, I'd be, I kind of want to see him go there. That's all I'm saying.
Well, let's go all the way, baby. Let's go all the way to the 5th and final map in this series. Gavutu Controller coming up now. We're loading in this one. Is everyone getting ready to rock and roll? Now, this is Control, friends. The 2 zones to capture 30 lives either side. His first 3-round wins. Here we go. As Group A has been spicy. And look at the stats. This is the top spot here in the group, so it doesn't really influence too much there. But hey, man, Seattle Surge, Strike X, both teams have, said goodbye here in the Prime Classic. A spicy tournament indeed. Let's get into this one right off the rip. On board with Insight. See if we can keep the form going from the Surge.
I mean, that's the biggest story from the group, though, right? Ultra and Seattle, I think, just trading like expected places might be the way to phrase it.
Yeah.
Just because, I mean, I had Seattle kind of high in the power rankings. They just get smoked out of the tournament. Ultra obviously looking fantastic so far, and it's certainly one of the maps where they might need to prove themselves. Because I think it might be fair to say, yeah, must win for Ultra.
We'll take it. Ultra still trying to keep control of this top boat side of the map. That's where the Faze players were doing a huge amount of work capturing A. Nice shots out of Kleenex there. Keeps the spree going. This is 2, almost 3, but easy. He keeps the kills alive. Cammy now trying to clean up. Great positioning now. Trying to keep the spawn trap going. Oh, no. One bullet off. Can't kill him. Hey, get big shots out of Cammy. Keeping the play going now. 3 in a row. We're going to find one more as he's staying alive in this spot. Good work out of Cammy to keep the play going, and that is that. Now an open lane to work with for Faze. 2 players going towards A, 2 towards B.
I wish we had a pistol competition in Call of Duty this year to figure out who's best with the rat. Cammy, I think, has to be in that conversation. I think Simp on the flip side is also going to be a part of that chatter, but I don't know, just a very difficult gun to use. But when you're on point with it, it almost needs to be GA'd at times. But right now, Atlanta Faze, they are soaring their way over towards this B point. They're going to be capturing A at the same time, and this is where pressure's on Ultra. You have to defend this quick. The first nades come through and take at least 1 player down, but this is 2 ticks that look like they might go through.
Oh,
making you defend in the nick of time.
Oh, it's Insight. He manages to just get there. A couple of trades go through. Simp still taking care of those players in this spawn. That's going to make things real tough. As Simp keeps the kills going. Cammy finally gets him. You bring him down. You buy some breathing space now. Air gets to fill the lungs of Toronto Ultra. And they're finally able to get themselves back into the fight. Only a single segment gone there on B. There's still a minute to play with.
Yeah, definitely a good thing that Nance's nades were on point, right? If they have that player left alive for an extra second, that second tick goes through. And obviously for a potential round 5, every tick can make a massive amount of difference. But now it has returned to somewhat of a standard portion of the round. Vance has found his way in towards the enemy spawn. Faze trying to force this thing through the beach side of the map, but hey, the flank's in, and that is just a dagger in the push.
That's so annoying. Again, Ben Vance, probably the most annoying player to deal with, I think, in the league right now. The man is truly a colossal pain in the ass. Cammy keeping the ringside safe now. Ringing around the Rosie against a BZ, and he's just seen him there, potentially. Could be an observer client glitch, but 20 seconds now on the clock. You've got Vance still out on the beach, being an absolute nuisance. Finally gets brought down. Trades are there. The time's not so great, though. Uh-oh. Kills come through. That's it. Now you're on the point. 14 seconds remaining. 6 lives for Ultra on the defense. 8 for Faze. You've got to go, Ultra. You've got a couple of players making their way forward, and if they're able to stack this, it could be over.
And thank God for Bass, though, that he's able to pick up 2. Again, the nades on point, and again, the second tick just barely not able to come through. And now RC's last-ditch effort, but yeah, the timing just simply not going to go his way.
Oh.
That is a moment, I would say, for Ultra, you can't really let happen. You go 4 down all at the same time, and I think they only took 1 to the grave with them, but no extra tick comes through. They clutch up in the final seconds, and Ultra do walk away with that first defensive round. I'd say, what, only a 4-tick margin right now that they're working with.
Yeah, a pound of flesh as well that took to get through that round. Man alive. Faze certainly making work for it. And Simp 10 and 5 at him individually, soaring above everyone in the lobby at the moment in time. Let's see what Faze can do on defense now. Looks like a split right through the middle of the map. We're going to do their thing. Band's now making his way in towards A, and it's a heavy stack here from Ultra. Try to get some players on point, stop the clock, find some kills, and that is it. Cammy, Bans finding them shots all over the place. Cellium managing to stop the offensive hit for now, but there we go. Chance, we are slowly getting the play towards A done.
Yeah, Cammy's presence alone over towards Ring is going to draw every single member of FaZe off spawn over towards B, but that is just to make sure that no craziness happens. And now Bans, as annoying as can be, trying to shoot a couple players in the back. The way he plays just around getting those freebie kills, honestly, I wish my ranked play teammates would do that just a little bit more, and certainly one of the most cerebral players in the league. Part of what makes him so annoying, but this is a very slow A cap right now. I think Ultra only leaving 1 player on it for the most part, just to see if they can make any sort of crazy action happen, but now they're going to make sure they get that final tick through and go from there.
Oof, nice shots out of Cellium. A zone should be captured soon. Heavy stack. There it is. All gone. Sim trying to keep the defensive lineup going. 13 and 8 overall from him. He's doing a lot of work, but it's not quite enough to stop Kleenex, who's now on a bit of a 5 spree. Still keeping the spree going. If you can get that streaks, that'd be very handy again. We see time and time again the glide bomb here on Gavutu, very handy. The shots out of Beezy, getting a nice 2-piece there on top both sides, keeping these players back. And again, look at that Faze front line across the entirety of the map. They are forcing everyone from Ultra into this boat push. Beezy, he's done a lot here. And this information is going to go a long way for FaZe.
And I would say for Ultra trying to push through the both side of the map and trying to go through mid, it is incredibly difficult to make this work because you do get bans behind enemy lines, but FaZe know that he's here and they just have such, like, if you have ring control on defense, it is hard to lose the round. And if Ultra are never making the push towards ring, you know, they have to have like almost 2 or 3 sets of kills to get the clearance on the point. So they're taking the long way around. It is not an easy way to go.
Busy. What a 2-piece that was. That's a 5 spree now for Abizi, making a 6. Sprees all over the place right now for Atlanta FaZe as they're doing a wonderful job on defense. A lot tighter than we saw for Ultra. There is still, however, a minute to work with. As Ultra slowly but surely still trying to make their way towards ring. That's going to be the first opening they've certainly got to work with. Cellium still in that deep B position. He's going to be out there in the sands, causing a real problem. And here he goes. Ultra looking to clear him out. Kleenex, the first man in, loses the fight. Trades are there for Bans. Now we have a chance to make your way up the beach and get onto that zone.
This is for the glide bomb, by the way. 1 gunfight for the glide, and that can win you a Gavutu, but he spins in circles and gets chopped down. And I would say for Ultra, they are close to actually have ring control, but instead, Simp just gets his own trade. Gets a 2-piece and ring, and again, if you have ring on defense, your life will be that much easier. An unfortunate moment for Abizi to be sure that he does not get the glide, but as far as defensive round goes, there was 0 pressure on Atlanta the entire round. They're going to come away with this one with an extra tick lead.
Indeed, and Arcity's keeping the kills going. Oh, nearly the 4th in a row. That'd have been nice going into the next round with that. But FaZe win the defensive round handedly. A lot of life difference between them. Certainly outslaying Ultra there. And as you said, Chance, a tick advantage as well. That's massive now as we swap sides. Ultra go back on defense.
And also, Miles, I think you can attest to this as someone who's played quite a bit of ranked play with me. I pull my hair out when players just don't go for ring control on the attack and try to go for the full wrap through boat. I mean, I feel like that is like a 2% chance at like winning the round because it is so difficult to do. Granted, if you go through ring, it's only like a 15% chance to win the round. So it's not like it's easy in either direction, but I think FaZe just, you know, had to set up, put them in a blender, and now make their lives a little bit more comfortable as they're back on the attack.
Let's see how they go. Progress A, slowly but surely. We're going to get rid of that first segment. Slight bit of a counter-attack now from Ultra. They're trying to get involved. Cammy versus Cellium. A fight we've seen many times throughout the last few years of Call of Duty. In a fun one indeed. 3 clean kills there going the way of Faze. And that's it. Over to B. Yep, this is looking ugly. Ultra have got to split the defense now. Vance is being very annoying in this spawn, but he's not enough to stop the attackers here. Finally, B made clear. You'll be able to drain that segment as well, so that work gets put to absolutely nowhere. But A's now gone 2 minutes and 3 on the clock.
Yeah, just again, another one of those moments where, like, even if you can make the solo play and just get a single pick, you will count that as a benefit. But even still, when Ultra have this pressure, look at the amount of map control that Faze has actually been able to build up on offense. They have Ring nice and secure, and this is what makes things a little bit easier. It is not fun to try to win these gunfights from Ring to get these guys off the point, but as long as you got the headies to make it happen, you can take your time, try to slow get one guy towards the point. This is where RCDs is making his move. He does get chopped, but you at least still have a little bit of that control.
Yeah, CleanX goes massive there to win those 2 fights. Sim is something else, son. 20 and 14 now overall. Cammy with the clearance. Now Ring control going the way of Ultra. You got 1 player to take care with now and another one on the ramp. So Ultra's got to go big here. And it's Cammy to go big. Nice shots. Another one there still to deal with. Arcites trying to stay alive in that spot. Can't quite get it done. Ultra remains true on the defense. You still have to worry about Abizi, though. Slipped in from behind. The pinch is potentially on. A kill here could seal it. We could see the play now develop. However, Faze have to get their base chance. We're spinning plates all over the map right now. This is unbelievable.
Hey, yeah, BZ doing his best job just to stay alive in the tank. You have flanks on flanks over towards Ring, but CleanX is going to be coming up behind pretty much the entire team. Number 1 is free, so is number 2, but you see Sully was actually able to get a couple kills, so BZ still alive on the point, but eventually the wall bangs from both sides come through, and Ultra still alive, but they did give up an extra tick.
All 8 players in this lobby are certainly playing for the power positions right now. Bance wins it against Selim now on the low side of the beach. Faze still with pressure up top. Here comes the hit. Cammy's finding as many as he can there. The trades are coming through. Bance now trying to clear out the ring. There's one. You've got a few more to deal with. Low side of the beach now. That's going to be Selim trying to play sneaky. No one knows he's there just yet. As now Ultra can smell the victory. 30 seconds here in the round. Trying to push Faze back. And it's not quite worked out. Selim's got some opener. That's 3 dead. And plenty of time to get across. Chance they're going to get in the point.
Yeah, at least to stop the clock, right? It is a 7v9. Keep in mind, this could come down to lives, but Faze already up 2 ticks in this round. They are about to get the 3rd, and Self somehow makes the cross to safety. He's got his teammate stacked with Cammy, kills himself from falling down on top 3, and that will seal the deal. Atlanta Faze get the job done on offense. Oh, how quickly a round can crumble.
Oh, my. Oh my, 4 clean dead. Well, actually, not even 4. It was the 3 kills towards the beach side of the map. Faze absolutely gun it across the sand. Cammy falls off the top of the boat, and you lose your ones. Abizi slips in, Cell's there, playing sneaky off angles. You name it, Faze put himself on map point right now. Another defensive round going their way. Ultra will be kicking themselves after that one.
Yeah, not an ideal situation when you have a player top 3rd boat. Meanwhile, the entire other team is pushed up through the beach and actually made it to the point. So Faze right now, absolutely just disgustingly massive advantage in this game. Picks don't matter no more. You just got to win this round on defense. You're good to go, and welcome to the blender. Maybe not Abizi. Thankfully for CleanX, he is able to take him down before he makes that cross, but even still, Faze still have the pressure. It is now sort of like the conveyor belt system they like to go with, because while Abizi falls on the flank, RCDs is now taking his place and finding a couple kills in the feed. Ultra, it's never going to be fun for the rest of this round. They will constantly be getting shot in the back.
Yep, here goes Sim. Few more kills going his way. Insight's got the clearance now, so he creates some space to work with for Ultra. This is good for now. Stop the clock just over a minute. Keeping the capture going. Insight wins a very important gunfight. Asti's though from behind. This could be huge. Howdy! Whoa! Hits the hit. Hits the hit and somehow catches Bance. Can Asti stay alive for much longer? No. You've still got pressure towards A. Less than a minute now on the clock. You should be able to stop this one soon and finish the work done there. Chance 22 lives either side. I mean, Faze, they are all over the map right now. Ultra got a lot of work to do still.
Insight did find the route, though. He is in between, and I think Faze unaware, but now they certainly know. But I think for Insight right now, he is on a 4 spree. This is objective. Play for kills. Try to get this glide, and I think Atlanta might know that. They just spawned up and ran away. They might try to just leave Insight in the back and force him to the point, because, again, if you have ring control on defense, you are in a good spot. Faze, they have made that their home.
Nice shots. Okie dokie. We're on the point now. Here come the tags. Trying to stay alive. This is once again 4 streaks. Here comes the slide from Sim. Beautiful work out of the absolute Phenom, the young goat, gets it involved. Cammy swaps places with Insight, immediately traded out. 2 players towards ring now for Faze. Kleenex, interesting. Chow manages to get involved. Gets a single kill out of it. Now he's got some space to work with on the ring. Can he find at least 1 kill here? Maybe 2. His teammates are nowhere near him. There's the cleanup. Faze, retain map control. Ringside, boat side, you name it. Insight has snuck through though.
Again, though, I think Faze, like, they don't even mind. If you had a heat map of Atlanta on this map, basically on offense and defense, unless they are actively capturing A, they have presence in ring. I mean, RCDs is ready for the flank. Number 7 is trying to hunt him down. And Insight, you know, that is what, 45 seconds of your life to take the hike across the map just to instantly die as soon as you get there. If you don't get ring, you are never going to have a good time.
2 players still on the ringside now for Faze. Cammy's trying to make a play. Not going to happen. Sell on the defense. Final 40 seconds here of the map, potentially, unless Ultra can get things going. Forward, they have to charge. They need to try to break ring now, and it's all Faze as the 6th spree now for Abizi. 1 more, and he'll net himself his 28th kill of the game, and he'll get himself streaks. 3-man hit now through boat chance. Times are ticking. You gotta go, Ultra.
They're trying to get this set up. They're trying to flank through ring, and Cammy gets the intro for the first. He has the read, but just simply cannot win the gunfight. Synth has been frying all series long, and yep, if you're in a situation where you got to win a one-on-one against a guy that has 35 kills, you are not going to have a good time. Atlanta Faze taking care of business on Gavutu, and I mean, almost the entirety of that map could, I mean, realistically just be boiled down to the moment where Faze win the round on offense. They just found that clean 3 down, make the break, get Selim on point, and they never looked back, but a blinder of a performance from Simp. Saw 36 kills. That was like 4,400 damage, I think it was, but absolutely lights out performance from the team.
Super fine work coming out of Atlanta. Faze there. Man, well, you can really put that entire map down to that incredibly offensive win. That was something that should not have happened. A couple of mistakes, very small ones at that. A couple of gunfights going your way. And Atlanta Faze press the advantage and win the entire damn thing. Huge stuff out of them. They go up in the series. We're up 2-1 now. As Faze certainly looking to come out on top of their groups. Not without, you know, again, a pound of flesh, a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. Ultra certainly making them work for it. A strong series either way. We'll see if we can have a bounce back in the hardpoint for Ultra and force that coveted Game 5. We've seen a few already here at the Pro-Am Classic. And lordy, let me tell you, it's a sweaty time here. And it is not just this very luxurious and thick sweater I'm wearing. It is definitely the temperature in the game, Chance.
Well, the temperature of the game, we might be running into an icy situation, right? Because the perennial problem that Toronto Ultra have had this year, and, you know, partially in Cold War as well, they have to win a hard point. There is no question. They need it just to force this Game 5. And, I mean, we go to a Tuscan where Toronto overall 2-5 record. For Atlanta Faze, 9-4. On top of the fact that obviously map 1, what was it, a 250, 160, pretty clean and easy victory for Atlanta. Not that this is a fun team for Toronto to have to go against. I know their hard point has looked at least a little bit better so far in the Pro-Am, but Atlanta Faze is the team where you can truly test your mettle in the respawns. And I mean, so far it has been a whole lot of AR domination for Atlanta Faze, whether it's the actual AR players or Simp being the guy to make it happen. They have been feasting on Cammy and Insight.
They really have. Again, I was going to say, like, statistically, it's those guys who are getting punished the most in the series. And when it's showing, it really is showing right now. Cammy and Insight, we need to see some big old turnarounds from them. We saw some good work out of them on, obviously, in Desert Siege and Search and Destroy. But looking at the maps and modes again, this is how the series has gone down. When it's been a Faze win, it's been a big win. Tuscan hardpoint coming up in just a brief moment. We will see what happens here again as truly spicy stuff here at the Pro-Am. Again, Tuscan hardpoint, Bocage, Search and Destroy. And again, that's a big one chance for Faze. Bocage is an absolute banger for them. Or 7-1, I think the map record was. So very, very interesting to see how that goes. But Tuscan, got to get through that one first. Another strong showing from Faze. This could well be a 3-1 bar any Ultra magic.
And I would say I mean, I know we mentioned certainly at the top of the series, the fact that this is a matchup that we saw pretty consistently throughout Cold War. I mean, I think they got matched up maybe 7 or 8 times over the course of the year, a few of which were in finals of a major tournament or just, champs sort of thing. It was 6-1, I think, maybe going into champs, 7-1 overall. Along those lines, outside of what was it, the stage 2 or major 2 victory for Ultra, Faze have dominated others than that. So if nothing else, on top of the fact that they have the edge in the series, edge in the respawns, edge in the Tuscan hardpoint specifically, they got the mental edge in the matchup as well.
Yeah, confidence has got to be sky high right now for Faze as well. I mean, they've taken on almost nearly all comers, handled them very, very well. Of course, CDL Surge, Strike X, taking care of those guys, and now it's smooth sailing if they can get through Tuscan. And for Faze, I feel like it's been such a weird season for them, man. I mean, 2 Grand Finals appearances, 2 defeats. I don't know what is truly going wrong with Atlanta Faze, because on the road to the Grand Finals, they always look disgusting. They always look so strong. Bar Major 1, where of course they got, you know, that game 5 against OpTic, which was amazing. But like, I just don't get it, Chance. I'm not sure. I don't understand Atlanta Faze on paper still so strong. When it comes to those, you know, crucial tournament-winning moments, they just don't seem to have it in them.
You know, 0 for 2 is just not a good look. I don't know exactly how much that'll, like, you know, it's not like that'll ever be forgotten. Like, you know, this is certainly for the rest of their lives. I think it'll have the, like, any finals, like, performance you have, win or loss, always going to be memorable. I don't know if it'll really get in their heads, though. Maybe the biggest thing for Atlanta, they just need to start consistently winning search and choice. I think that has to be all it is, because as soon as they're going beyond like 50-50 in that game mode, especially so in the finals, I think that solves the majority of their problems, at least in my mind. I don't know if it'll develop into a mental block. I certainly doubt it, but at the very least, you have to be happy with a team that is literally a guarantee at this point to make it to the Grand Finals.
It will take a Grand Finals over, well, you know, we'll take a second place if we have to, but Lord only knows what happens when Faze manage to finally crack the spell they have on themselves. Their own curse, the second place spot they've got. Here we go, though, in the Tuscan hardpoint. This is potentially the final map of the series here in Pool A. Faze win here will put them out on top. They'll be going 3-0 against their opponents. Final matchup here in Group A. The Pro-Am Classic has been a fun one indeed. Let's get into this one, Chance. Tuscan hardpoint. Let's go.
In the technical good side, at least for the opening break for Ultra, and something they certainly need to take full advantage of. Obviously, as far as momentum goes, Faze is at it all, and with gunfights like that, you can see why the fast flank is in, and I think the trade should come through for Faze as well. Banting between a couple, Abiz is able to catch them. This is actually chaos around the hill. Faze has won the majority of gunfights and finally there. Now they're able to breathe. You get the clean wipe, and it is only Simp, his teammate, that can take Abiz down. This is as good as it gets for Warland.
Yes, so far so good. Spawns, though, might be interesting in a moment. Simp's going to fight his way through mid-map. No more kills to be had. Insight finds the 2. Over to Celium now. Trying to stop these attackers in the way that was the hard point. Final 20 seconds you could have. Nope, Arstees locks the backside down now. Spawns to the next hardpoint should be all good as well for Faze. That's going to be Simp now on the rotation, making his way towards that bottom side of the map column. That little icon has just appeared on the minimap. That's where we're going next. Simp's already in position, trying to take on all comers now. So the members of Ultra will leave the scrap time behind, make their way across now to second.
And no one for Ultra able to make any sort of sneaky play, so they're going to have to maybe wait for Insight to get back in the mix and try to hit this with a team push. It looks like the pressure might be on Simp first on the cross, and he does get shredded. So Ultra with that, they have the clearance. They are out over top of P2, and the break is in.
The break is in. They're there. Can they take care of the kills, though, and hold on to it? Who's that snuck through? Arstees now. Vance has got one side covered. Pressure onto the point, now lifted for a brief moment. As Abizi, what a peach that was. He threw from seemingly way downtown. As Vance has got to try to win a few more fights. Can't get it done. Nice shots on the Simp, though. Abizi now making the entry. Hardpoint has been open for a few seconds now. Celium getting into the mix, and the shots are all good. Nades, utils, everything's been thrown. The pockets are empty. It is all down to his trusty automaton now as a hardpoint time. Ticking away. Simp with a nice big 2. And Celium keeps the hardpoint in the hands of Faze.
Hey, I mean, just straight up a wasted moment, right? I mean, just so slow to actually try to get towards that point, and then as soon as they start making moves, well, Atlanta gets back in position. So one wasted opportunity for Ultra maybe to actually take the lead. Instead, they're down by 16 and forced to rotate into a very difficult hill to break. But Cammy pops pieces. He gets 2. So Ultra might be in somewhat of a tough situation, but at least they get the break to the Fountain Hill. They are inside. Cammy can't keep it going, though, because that pressure through fire, BZ is hunting. And just like that, anytime Ultra have a moment to breathe, it gets taken straight away.
BZ, the Bulldog, flattens him, gnaws him up. Vance locking down the backside of the map now with the MP40. Not the ideal weapon for the situation, but your boy's making it work. He's got nothing left to throw at these players except for harsh language and maybe shade. The Simp finally taken care of on the point there. The squad now bringing the numbers forward. 20-odd seconds remaining here as Abizi continues to be the entry man. There he is! Another absurd 3 spree now for Abizi. Stuns himself, because why not, lad? Fantastic kills.
I mean,
and
right
scrap
now,
time
Ultra,
if he wants it.
Yeah, I mean, scrap time, he can do whatever he wants, right? He literally, in one life, runs through fire, picks up 2, and breaks Ultra on that hill through the front off respawn. He just comes back and gets 3 kills, and I mean, Ultra just way too slow for Atlanta Faze right now. And granted, only for a 30-point game. Like, Ultra have had moments they just haven't been able to deliver. Next moment for them, it is 2 players working the flank, trying to get this pinch in, but while Vance is in the back, Arceus is just killing everything in sight. Clean 4 down, and Ultra feels like permanently stuck in this blender.
Ooh. Force spree comes to a close. And sweet shots from Kleenex now. 35 seconds remaining on the inside of Church now. 2 men hit through the... Whoa, field side. That's it. It's Vance doing his best Abizi impersonation. He's not quite going 14 and 4, but he's putting the work in indeed. Cammy now from the back line. It's going to get a bit of time going the way of Ultra, but it is going to be measly time unless they can take care of these players coming in through field again. The battle on the outside of field comes to a close. Trades are there. Oh my word. Somehow Faze is still battling for this one. Cammy, even the time locked as well, has to watch so many angles. You see how difficult this hardpoint is to hold. And Faze, they haven't necessarily won the battle here. It's been a great bit of work from Ultra. The P5 now awaits.
Another moment, by the way. Obviously, I have the benefit of looking for the mini-map at Ultra. They could have just sprinted to the hill and get there quicker. Instead, they take a little too much time, and the mates chop them down along the way. On the break, though, Kleenex flying forward, can't make anything happen. Couple kills in the feed, going the way of Atlanta Faze, and granted, it's about a 50-50 situation where you are just dodging frags as much as possible. This is the tried and true bloodbath of a P5 where Atlanta Faze come out on top because guess who? Abizi picks up 3.
He's so comfortable in this position as well, man. I mean, this is his playground. Shots for Cell as well. 12 and 6 for him. The 18 and 7 of Abizi, the stat line leading this game. 50 seconds of hardpoint time as well to his name, so he's certainly doing it all right now. P5 still back and forth as we exchange hands once again. The deed is not quite done yet. The Cell hold down this time, taking care of the doors, windows, you name it. Everything's getting blown off here at P5. But it was P1 though. Cammy wins a big rotation. Oh, baby gets himself 2. P1's going to be all Ultra when it pops up.
And I'd be pushing out the deep side, and I think that Cammy is looking to do that now. Kleenex, I think he just saw all 2, well, make it all 3 of those players, by the way, and I think Faze actually read that. They double back and go top Church, so they're trying to set up the pinch on this P1 hill and try to find the angles. They do it to clear out Kleenex, and Faze, if they can even flip those spawns, this could be a big moment for P2, but where they don't flip, they do try to make the break, but Vance is here and alive and clear. Ultra still alive in P1.
He's so annoying. He's so annoying. Pick a corner, any corner. You might get another one, but who's on the other side? Arstes is like, Vance is in a corner somewhere. There he is. Oh, wicked kill out of Arstes, staying alive now. Over to Kleenex. Another thorn in the side of Faze for now as they keep accumulating hardpoint time. They lost the spawns though. Chances called it right-hand side of the map. That's where Faze are now, and that is all good for Atlanta.
I mean, just, again, so many little things. Now, granted, Ultra actually do get the scrap time, so this has still been a wonderful hill for them, but just another little moment where if you just keep those back spawns that make that rotation in P2 that much easier. Now, Ultra, again, forced in a situation where they need to make the break. They were actually successful-ish last go-around, but still not a fun spot to be in. It'll be 2 players trying to deal with Arceus on the back tank. Kleenex trying to find his way in through Plaid, but everybody gets wiped at the same time. Atlanta Faze should be nice and secure, at least through that first play.
So trying to hold this one down. Sell a bit of a fadeaway. Beautiful centering, lovely aiming, wonderful footwork, you name it. So just did it all. Oh, the pistol out as well. Kleenex finds 2 more back onto the point. Trades are all down now. Here comes Faze. The pinch is on. Unbelievable shots from Beezy. Can Vance stop him at the very least? There's 1 or 2 there, still trying to get involved. Simp now from the radio stairs into the point. He goes. Time going the way of Atlanta Faze once again.
And I think now what you're forced in a situation where once again you're just down by 50, 60 points. You got to win the full 60 and win rotation. The roof side of the map though is open, and that will be where Arceus is making a slow approach. And I think Toronto right now just scattered everywhere on the map. They will certainly have more players towards this new hill at first. A massive gunfight win by Bance, and that means Insight gets to post up inside of his home. Ultra, the full 60 could get them right back in this game.
And this is a nice look. Again, a hard point where they can definitely get it done. Kleenex on the outside roof. That's unfortunate timing. Going to get cut down immediately. Now you've got an open field to work with. Front side of the fight. Oh, Cammy wins 2. Trying to keep his teammates in this one. They've spawned mid. They're going to fly their way forward. Cammy's fighting literally tooth nail, rat in hand. Can't get it done. Selim's going to get the kill now. Onto the point, though. It does go to Ultras. Now Kleenex trying to get things going. And oh, no! The game, no! That's a shame, ladies and gentlemen. We have had a game crash, obviously. Oh, no! It was getting lit. It was getting spicy. Things were going... well, these things happen, ladies and gentlemen. We have a game crash. It might have been under server pressure to get full confirmation as to what's going on. If the match is indeed still going, we'll let you know there, but damn it.
I will say,
shame.
Guesswork on my part. That was a weird moment for Kleenex on roof where he just like stops moving. And I mean, he might have just been switching classes or something like that. But I mean, that could have been a request if there was like some issue in game. But whatever the case may be, obviously we'll try to figure that out as quickly as possible. I would say maybe a nice moment for Ultra to try to like regain, because I know they were in a situation where if they get the full 60, they can get right back in the game, but it was the exact same story from the first go around on Fountain, where Faze literally just run them over straight inside the hill. And I'd say that was not a map that was feeling like Faze was really outplaying them on the map necessarily. They were just consistently making the bigger plays, like the pieces from a BZ, doing it time and time again. Really just sort of taking it to them with the level of aggression, like just outpacing their opponent. But I mean, otherwise, Ultra was still finding ways to get a decent chunk of time. They nearly full 60 to a P1 where they probably collected 40, 45 seconds. They just lose the spawns. Couple little things go differently. Ultra could have had that lead, but obviously Faze, talked about it before, they were feeling confident. You know, the gunny was hot.
It was very, very hot. BZ and Cell were on dirty tears, man. Real day. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a very quick commercial break. We're going to find out just what the is going on, and we'll get back to you with more information here on the Bravo stream in just a moment.
I'm so exhausted, I needed the energy, needed to pick me up. I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got a power, I'm built to devour. Anyone coming against me, a tower. I don't cave under pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in a stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay, hit me with your best shot. I got time today. Feeling like a matador with that Red Bull. Oh no, you can't stop me. I'm running my own play. For the game win, I came to pin anything that gets in my way. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We been here, we done that. We done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. I'm in the game like EA. Been in my prime since pre-K. Shooting my shot from long range. Going over heads a good toupee. Treat every day like payday. Y'all been living so mundane. My work week is Sunday to oh wait, that's every day. Putting in overtime. Punching the clock, I'ma get what's mine. While everyone's sleeping, I'm living my dreams. I got a coin that's so divine. Lord, take the wheel like 10 and 2. I'm losing energy, I'm overdue. I've been on the top ropes, hitting my pros. Watch me hit the power moves. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We been here, we done that. We done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Energy, 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 energy. That's what we need right now for both these teams, as it's a full replay. Let's get it.
And I think, well, one, the situation, Kleenex already making the adjustment. He just hits bottom mid quick, and, well, okay, gotta stay compared to the first go around. Ultra already sort of making amends. I think definitely for Atlanta Faze, when they had, you know, what was it, like a 40, 45 second lead, they'll be salty for 30 seconds, and then go, all right, whatever, let's just do it again. But for the moment, Ultra decent right now. They do not have those spawns, but this will be a good chunk of time that they will be able to get. And, I mean, as far as, like, resets goes, Ultra right now taking full advantage.
Yeah, they've come into this one with plenty of energy, 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 energy. Solo with the big one on the back line. Should be spawns for second, all clean now, and all good in the hood for Atlanta Faze. We'll see if they can keep their players off of scrap time. Woo! Takes care of Elise Insights. He flies through the sky. We are on the board now for Atlanta Faze. We've got spawns for next. However, Ultra, they're on point, and there's a potential for the pinch hit chance.
And while pinch gunfight number one is actually banned, he hits him with the whirly, and Cammy on the flank actually causing problems, but looks like Cammy loses his, so Faze will be able to secure those back spawns. And now for Ultra, it is just a battle to see how many gunfights you can win, or maybe none at all. A sip soars on through, and the tiny tears rack up a couple. And with those back spawns, Faze looking to bounce straight back into this game as they try to now set up around the hill.
Yep, doing what they can to get on there. Relatively unproductive for both teams so far here on the second point. Nice shot, set him in sight. Takes care of Arstee's now. Busy to the point. No need though. His teammates have got the kills. Oh, one left there. It's going to be Kleenex. Stays alive for now. Causing pressure. Problems. Stays alive. Cell goes down. Arstee's is up next, and it's the rat in hand. And from the top rope is Kleenex with another great kill as Ultra continue the hot hand here in the replay.
And this is a dogfight over towards P2, by the way. Yeah, Faze probably trying to have the conversation of who needs to collect that scrap, but those final 15 seconds will go their way, but they will find themselves down by at least a small amount of time going into Fountain. And Ultra now for the third time, we have seen them get towards Fountain first, and already they have players spawning out. Cammy now needs to go and hide instead of actually playing inside the hill, and Ultra is still struggling to collect any bit of time on Fountain.
Still Fountain. Here comes the hit now from Faze. 2 plays through. Cell goes down. Cammy the pre-fire. Great shots into RC. Takes care of the second as well. Now to the front lines. Big work out of Kleenex as everyone on Ultra finally firing on all cylinders. And if I say, firing back. Time going their way again. Chance. 30 seconds still here on Fountain.
I think RC's maybe needs to until just a little bit more because he is 2-9, certainly feeling it. But hey, there you go. That is the break that Atlanta Faze tried and true on this hill, eventually able to get, but already for Toronto, as you pointed out, doing a much better job of shooting back and trying to collect a decent chunk of this time. Still a fairly close and competitive game, and a big gunfight going down on rotation. Insight, well, already wins it against Simp, and make sure his teammates are nice and secure going into this Churchill. And right now, the case for FaZe, I mean, they're 15 seconds away before they can even think about setting foot inside.
Yep, we got a way to go. Phoenix trying to slow him down. He's drawn through. And again, just trying to buy time for the team. And that's the name of the game right now in hardpoint. 45 seconds here left. Cleanex. Not able to get any more, but Bance is there for the pickup. The great pinch. Perfect timing as teamwork from Ultra looking like 2021. And ladies and gentlemen, as the time keeps ticking in their favor, FaZe nowhere bloody near the point. This will be the first opportunity FaZe have had to go for it. And here they go. Straight into the jaws of Cammy and Cleanex, who gun him down. RC's finally making a hole through the back line. Now we've got some pressure on the point for FaZe. Is it going to be enough, though? Bance, close spawns. In he goes. No one to be had. FaZe with the late break, but they're on it. And that's going to be 20 seconds potentially theirs.
Hey, that's an absurd break by Atlanta Faze as well, because they lost the first two gunfights. They had to deal with players shooting him off the cross, and still they find a way to bully their way in towards the hills. So impressive work and an impressive moment. Now important gunfights on the flank. RCDs wins that one, so Ultra at least know a little bit later. They have to worry about this roof flank, but for the moment, the pressure's on the front, and that's where Cammy waiting for these gunfights.
Well, manages to win it somehow, some way. 5 spree for aBeZy though, turns it to a 6 now. That's a 3 as a multi-kill now for him there on the feed, but time down P5. This is FaZe Playground. We saw aBeZy go huge in the first set round, and he's starting to get things going once again. It's 16 and 11 overall. Time ticking. Insight now with a nice pinch. Finds one, lines him up, knocks him down. Beautiful stuff from Insight. Now onto the point. 30 seconds remaining. It's down to aBeZy, who wins another. Oh, lordy. Trades come through, cuts them all down, and chance that lead is dissipating quick.
And that was for the glide, by the way, for aBeZy. So again, we talk about the sort of 2v4 break they had over towards Church to start to build that momentum to turn things around into aBeZy going on a tear. And if maybe for FaZe, looks like those final 10 seconds go their way, and they will have their lead for the first time, or at least in this reset of the map. Granted, P1, we have seen Ultra tear things up, but you gotta keep in mind, aBeZy has the glide bomb. Here it comes.
Yeah, clean up that point. Yes, Cleanex. Reinforcements now flooding straight over towards that field. Ooh, crossfire now from Bance. Good stuff out of Ultra, trying to keep this game alive. Because once FaZe get going, it is hard to stop them. Simp somehow finding one. Bit of a team kill come through. Cleanex staying alive. Now aBeZy looking to clean out these players towards the backside of the spawns. That's what Ultra have got now. 4P2. But again, it's time and time again. You gotta find those kills and keep the hardpoint time flowing.
And I gotta say, this is aBeZy in top form as well, because I blinked. He called in the glide bomb from over in the bottom left of the minimap over towards roof. Next time I see him, he's literally flipping spawns, or at least attempting to, for his team. At the very least, you get the clearance on the point. Final 20 seconds going the way of Atlanta, just to try to build up, try to get to the point about the same lead they had before the reset happened. They're certainly creeping up on it. Obviously, over towards P2 we go. Big gunfight win by Cammy. You try to keep that P5 nice and secure, and now FaZe got to take a bit more of a hike to try to get towards this hill.
And again, that's been the name of the game. When Ultra have got the advantage, they've killed everyone from FaZe. They're so far out. The journey back to the hard point for FaZe takes so long. And here we go, though, a little closer. Big gunfights now from Bance v Simp. Has to win this one for Simp to keep the spree going as well. That's Bance time still ticking in his favor. Now the pinch is on. FaZe should be able to get some time here.
Was that a pinch, or did Sully spawn there? Whatever the case may be. Actually, it had to be a pinch because he's on a 4 spree. So he kills everything in sight to get back over towards this hill. But all of that just to strip away an extra 10 or 15 seconds, because Toronto do get right back inside the hill. Nice read to catch aBeZy on the flank, but terror number 2 is there for the 2-piece. And FaZe, I mean, how many times have we said it? Trying to fight tooth and nail for this scrap. Another one-on-one gunfight at the old hill, while aBeZy is trying to roam on this rotation. So you have gunfights going across literally all over the map, and will Ultra get the scrap, get this close to a tie game. This is the first time we have seen FaZe with the setup on this Fountain Hill.
Let's see how Ultra go for the break. Nice shots from Rusties. Keep that side of the map safe. Simp takes care of fire. Gets extinguished over there. Now to Cammy. Waiting for the reinforcements. No point in making a solo play. Nades are up. Timing should be good. Abizi's already found one. Abizi finds a second. Sweet child of mine. Bance's nade lands as well. 2 dead now. Numbers are somewhat even. The spawn is now for Faze on the far side of the roof. They're going to make a journey across. Selim staying alive. Somehow finding the 2-piece. He's still all good to go, though. Now another point we have it. And it's Arsties right in off spawn. There we go. Abizi now getting into the mix. Tags are in. Tags are good. Abizi still continuing to be unbelievable here on Tuscan.
Hey, dude, another one of those just small moments where someone from Faze makes the big play, and it was Slippery Selim in the back, just tagged up one shot,
Wow.
and still on that head he is able to find 2, and again, that is all about just buying as much time as possible. Vance does win the gunfight towards the back, and maybe a small window of opportunity for Ultra to try to group up together, but it'll be once again Faze winning that rotation. They're in church first.
Yep, they've managed to get their Faze now 2 rotations back to back that are all theirs. Now they're reaping the rewards of this hard work and the early foot into these hard points. Phoenix from up high. Waiting for the time. Nothing to be had towards the backside. That's all cleaned up. Kleenex managed to get in there alone. Will he be able to do it? He stays alive for a Mo. Sweet moves out of the Great Dane. He gets dropped again, and now Faze back in the point, back in the driver's seat.
Nice little turnaround, by the way, from Arsties, right? Starts out the game 2-9 and hasn't yet made his way back to being even, but has certainly been consistent post those first 2 hills. And final 25 seconds now on this hill. Ultra trying to push it out, but obviously it is trades abound. Vance wins the next one, but the 1v1 inside the hill, and he gets the final one as well. But we've said it so many times about Faze. They are willing to fight for this scrap, and Arcides does get dropped, but just trying to apply as much pressure as possible. You even have Simp flanking this whole time to fight for this scrap, while Faze is also in the middle of winning the rotation. And, well, I say winning it, they certainly get to the hill first, but that doesn't mean it'll be easy.
Not at all. Here's the fight, and it's Bance the front line now for Ultra. The man trying to get it done alone, waiting for the rest of the squad to get involved. Here comes Kleenex and down low. Second time he's tried that, second time he's been taken care of. Faze, full control right now. Time taking their way. The contest ends very, very quickly indeed. Cell in and out the hard point, they're going to go. And they've got the numbers right now for Faze to stack it on up. The kills are still good as Insight now last man up for Ultra trying to stay alive. Wall bangs are there. 3 spree for Cell. Time ticking away, Chance.
Just picking him apart on P5. This is as good as it gets to hold this hill. And now you get players pushed out both sides. You get Selim in the window to look over mid, but he doesn't even need to anymore. He has Simp there, but while Simp falls, it is just easy trade of bounds. Selim calling everybody on the cross, and he's 1 kill away from a glide bomb that I do not think he will need. Vance now on the complete wrong side of the map, and for the 4th hill in a row, Faze get there first.
This is it. Faze take over. 10 seconds now for the win. Insight trying to make the plays from the back. Here comes the hit. You've got members all over the map, and they're getting wiped now for Ultra. It comes down to Vance. Last man in. Flying forward. No hope in hell. Faze should have done it then and there, and that is it. They have topped their group, and it is a 3-1 against Toronto Ultra.
And I think the map reset, again, tilts them for 30 seconds, and then they just go, all right, whatever, we'll just do the exact same thing again. That was eerily similar towards the end of what the expected score line was sort of shaping up to be in the previous map load. And it was Abizi again that more or less feasted top kills, but Simp and Selim right there with them. A couple different players from Faze really taking their turn, whether it's going on a tear, getting close to the glide bombs, or picking up a big 2-piece or 3-piece to break whatever the hill might have been. I think that was honestly probably one of the finer P5 holds we've actually seen across the entire year for Faze as well. So nice little victory lap towards the end as soon as they started winning those rotations, they never looked back.
It was, what, 4 in a row, I think, to win the game towards the end there. I mean, Ultra just completely ran out of steam. All the magic they had in them to really force their game 5, I think, died when the game client died, I suppose. We had to hit that full replay. But there we go, friends. That is that. Big old win there for the players of Atlanta Faze. We will give them nothing but kudos and props as they get the 3-1 victory. A hard-fought battle indeed. Still got a lot of work to do on the search and destroy, though, man. I mean, at the higher levels, they're still struggling there. So they can iron out those problems in the gameplay again. Look to see the Titans back on top here in the league. See if they can't get that major win. Toronto could be the one to do it. Look across the stats in the final few moments here. Chance and Cell, Ian Abizi really ran the series.
And, there's been just wild things all throughout Call of Duty Vanguard, pretty much throughout every single tournament. The Pro-Am has been, no different, right? Your major 2 champs falling to AM teams. Boston getting 1v3 by Mohawk, another thing just to sort of catch you off guard. But This was not the case. This was a series that went exactly as expected. FaZe lose the S&D, dominate Toronto in the respawn. Toronto, yes, their hard point has looked better throughout the Pro-Am, but in this matchup, that was certainly not the case. And in a match where this is purely just for seeding, to the surprise of no one, Atlanta FaZe coming out of the group perfect, on top with the 1 seed. Nice little 3-0 performance to set themselves up for the bracket run.
We'll see how the bracket run looks. Again, as more matches take place across the day, we've still got matches going on across all the channels at the moment. Alpha game still going on. A little bit of love of Bravo as well. And it's going to be a lot of fun for us. We've got plenty of Call of Duty to get through. And I think I'm looking across Alpha at this moment in time. Breach versus LAG. I think that map 1 is coming to a close indeed. But we will see. Still plenty of COD to play. We'll find out exactly what the bracket will be looking like. Again, single elimination bracket, high stakes. Going to get real tough indeed, though, friends. Well, ladies and germs, that is all for this series. We're going to throw it a very quick commercial break. When we come back, more Call of Duty action here on the Bravo channel.
back into the music. You know how to do this. Don't second guess, just not a test. It's not a race, no black or white. Everything's great. No yesterday, never tomorrow. Only the present, that is your gift. It benefits you only if open. Everyone's chosen, beauty of choice. You can stay silent, forget your voice. You can malign them, hold a grudge, or stand before judge, just stay in your case. Top of the notion that you were just a mere drop in the ocean. This is your moment, fear is a Trojan horse. Will you open or close your doors? Just when you feel like it's too much, just when you feel like you've had enough, take a step back from the edge and take a deep breath. Dance like you'll never, dance like you'll never, dance like you'll never, dance like you'll never, ever gonna live again. Sometimes you don't like where you live, sometimes you don't really like your kids, sometimes you grow out of your friends, sometimes it's your fault, just admit it. Finger point in the mirror, 3-point back, that's the tearjerker. You can wallow in sorrows, depressed of the past, afraid of the unknown tomorrow, or you can just live in the now. We all trying to figure it out. The rhythm inside of your chest that's keeping you moving, that's the solution. The ball on the floor is hard to ignore, endorphin rush will flush your brains while you dance your pain away. Just when you feel like it's too much, just when you feel like you've had enough, take a step back from the edge and take a deep breath. Dance like you'll never, dance like you'll never, dance like you'll never, dance like you'll never, ever gonna live again.
Alrighty, folks, and welcome back to the CDL Pro Am Classic. It is day number 2 and the final match here on the Bravo station. Myself, Lando, joined in part by Scotty. And buddy, we have got ourselves a great game to close out things here on Bravo. The LA Thieves taking on Team War in a match. It's got a lot of implications, my friend.
Yeah. It definitely does, man. LAT coming off that great win versus London and put themselves in this pool currently at 1-1. And then on the opposite side of the different stream, I don't know if it's Charlie or if it's Delta, we have New York going on versus London currently. If London win that series, then LAT will be officially eliminated and not make it into bracket play tomorrow. But if London do lose, LAT have a lot to play for. You see the standings popping up right here. London currently sitting at 1-1, Thieves at 1-1. Head-to-head between both of those teams doesn't really matter if London dropped this series currently to NYSL. So the Thieves, this is a tough matchup for them because they're going up against a Team War who have played a majority of these teams that they have played really close. Like hardpoint's losing by 10 to 15 points. S&D's always going to around 11. Controls are either 3-0 or 3-2s. If they can just try to close out some of these maps, they will stand a chance in this series. But it's way more important for the Thieves to come out and close this one out so they have the potential and the chance to make it to that bracket play.
Yeah, that's exactly right, my friend. And it was weird, right? Because we came into today obviously thinking about the LA Thieves and out a very positive light, right? They go into that series versus New York on day 1. They get 3-0'd. They get full sailed in game 2. I offered up my degree, for God's sake, to the Subliners after the W that they had. And then they come in today, take down the London Royal Ravens. And now we're sitting here thinking, hey, they've got a chance. They have got a chance to make it to that bracket stage. It is wild scenes. You saw the map set for the moment. All we got to focus on, though, is this upcoming Gavutu hardpoint. And Jay, well, this is a hardpoint that if we're talking about the LA Thieves side of things, one historically that they like quite a lot.
Yeah, to touch a little bit more on the maps and modes, LA Thieves have 4 out of the 5 maps where they are really successful on in this entire series. And to start off with the Gavutu, especially with the way that Kenny played on those smaller maps yesterday, it was a slow start for them. They came out in their earlier series versus London. They were able to take this in a 250 to 241 matter. They were up by 100 points, almost let them slip in, but they obviously feel a lot more comfortable on this map, sitting at a 6-2 overall record.
Oh my goodness, how about this
Wee
start
Man
out of Wee Man, a 4-0 beginning makes it 5. The impact felt, and well, unfortunately, it is Maple to take him down with the stun regardless. Team War has caught the Thieves off guard nice and early. P1 is theirs and then some, smacking the Thieves in the face. It would appear off the start, and now it's Wardy's turn to go on a spree. Finally cut down, but we were talking all about the LA Thieves, and while Ward don't necessarily have a chance to make it into tomorrow, they still feel like they can make an impact, Jay.
They definitely can, man, especially this Wardy kid. In that last series that they played, he was the only player over a 1.0 KD, and he led the roster with a 1.4. I'm pretty sure he led the entire series. That's insane stuff from a young man to try to step up versus some of these pro teams. So far, he answers early alongside Wee Man. Gets some good time off of that P1. Now they're off the rotation towards that P2. Trades going back and forth, but Octane keeping that top shift control is exactly what he needs to do. Another gunfight versus Wee Man. He wins it, and LA Thieves keep control.
LA Thieves reclaim control, as we said, after a very interesting P1 hard point. And there you have it. Octane now sitting at 5 in a row. A great little moment there for him. And really something to keep in mind, right? Both these teams have played the London Royal Ravens, and both of them did play here on Gavutu hardpoint. Thieves were able to take it. Team War, unfortunately, did not see that same success. So you do have somewhat of a comparison to think about. And speaking of thoughts right now, Octane dwelling on what could be a glide bomb in his future, sitting firmly toward the top side of the boat, and he has got that glide bomb to work with throughout the rest of this map. And a great little streak being granted for Draza as well on the flank, but the P3 we go, and there comes the streak.
And that's beautiful work coming in from the Thieves. Draza taking his time towards the back end. Once he finds that first kill, the glide bomb gets invested. Even though they trade a couple kills towards that P1 area, Thieves were able to flip these spawns. So now they have full control of P3. Octane doing everything he can to just slay out in the middle of the map. He's on a 10 spree, man. 12 and 4. Sam LaRue, the human turn, like you like to call him, Lando. He's frying right now.
And for good reasons. You give him a superhero name, he's looking like a superhero right now.
Oh!
Maybe even a superstar from the top rope, 12 in a row right now for Octane. And just a matter of if he can keep it up. My goodness, 14 and 5. As he heads to the respawn screen, he's going to have the biggest smile on his face. knowing that he has got the Thieves quickly and firmly back into this game. Team War run back now to P4 with their tail between their legs because those automatons are coming right for their throat. Maple caught off guard. Great coordination and another break attempt right now from Thieves.
Such a beautiful break from the Thieves to break it from the front. Now all of Team War are going to be trapped in towards the backside. They have to try to break out of this spawn. Weeman does a great job at least finding the first kill, but that's going to be Draza and Octane, that duo with the new ARs in their hand. And Draza now switching to that flex, are stepping up tremendously in this game number 1. They are playing this flawlessly to start. If Team War cannot stop the bleeding or potentially even flip these spawns out, I'm thinking that the Thieves are just going to run away with this one.
Yeah, this is terrifying, Jay. This is terrifying with 20 seconds left. I mean, they may be able to get their feet in for a few of these points, but they have remained back here in this spawn trap for the longest of times, and now it's going to be the longest of jaunts over toward that next hard point. We've trying to get things going again. Will finally settle the score for the moment, but as the dust settles once more, it is the Thieves on top in a major way, and with that rotation granted, one player that could be here to spoil the party may in fact be Denza toward the top side. Is able to find one along with his other 2 teammates. That's 3 straight down in the feed, and after what looked like a great spawn trap, Team War they have just broken this hard point as well. Break after break here on Gavutu.
Beautiful break coming in from Team War, especially to do it in the first 15 seconds of this P5, because you know how dangerous that can be. But the Thieves, they respond with gunshots and gunfights of their own. All 4 down. The Thieves are keeping map control. They are pushed out towards ship. You have all of Team War spawning out towards P4. 150 to 70 is currently the score. 20 seconds remaining on this P5 hardpoint. You have to start thinking about that rotation. The only player for LAT who's going to be in position is going to be Kenny. He eventually does get traded, but Envoy does a great job finding at least 2 kills to relieve some pressure.
Nice long-range shots from Envoy as well, as he'll have his opportunity. In the sun, 100-point advantage granted right now from the Thieves. As Draza in one of the most annoying positions over at this hardpoint, hanging out toward the outskirts as Team War maybe starting to struggle a little bit, as they can just not seem to get anything going, Jay. This looks like the Thieves of old in the early stages of Vanguard, when they would just run through teams here on Gavutu. It is looking to be that same type of story, as now it's Envoy's turn, ends things out at 4 in a row.
This has been a dominant performance from the Thieves. They have been in control of all those spawns every time off their rotation. They're basically getting a good 45 to 50 seconds off of each one of these hardpoints. Keep in mind, the second rotation just started, and they've already broken that 200-point mark. 40 points away from closing out this map number 1 in a dominant fashion.
Dominant fashion indeed, and this Team War roster, who's got some veterans on it, they've got to dig deep. They cannot allow for this game 1 hardpoint. Obviously, it looks like it's going to go the opposite direction, but maybe not in as dominant of a way it looks right now. At least get some momentum going. Get somebody on a spree. Maybe lock this hardpoint for a full 60 to get your confidence rolling into that search and destroy, where we know they've been even more pesky than in the respawns. But Team War coming into this Gavutu 0-4 so far throughout the Pro-Am. This has been one of the challenger teams who have really struggled versus our pro rosters. And so far, it looks as if that story is going to remain the same. A few quick trades. War will hold on for the moment. Denza with pistol out, just trying to prevent what feels like will be the story. A near 100-point club still granted, still in the cards, as Denza goes back in. 3 fall. Kenny drops as well. A quick little 4 down there for the Thieves.
That's a big 15 seconds as well, because obviously the Thieves can still try to close this one out, but they do not have any glide bombs or any streaks to work with. So as long as you don't give up this remaining junk time, you are in a great position to at least chain it to that P3. All right, the final 5 is going to go in favor of the Thieves, puts them at 245. So this point from Team War, it has to be flawless hard point, but with Wee-Man losing that gunfight, now P1 control is in favor of the Thieves. They have the pressure coming in from the back. Wardy has to try to go big. He does find one. He locates the second onto Envoy, but Envoy actually sneaks through. Wee-Man does take him down. And this has been a great hold from Team War to try to get back into this game so far.
It's been a valiant effort. It's been a valiant attempt. Once again, Octane gets traded out, but nonetheless, he is feeling all kinds of confident. It's his second kill from the very top of P1 down to the beach that he's been able to find. Just excellent performance so far throughout this game. 25 and 14, without a doubt, the overall difference maker here on Gavutu as the final 5 seconds. Still in search if you are the Thieves. Team War doing a solid job at trying to accrue as many of these points as possible and trying to delay the Thieves. They're very, very needed game 1 victory as here comes Wee Man, the biggest player on the board, and he drops, Jay. Only a few more seconds before this one is done, and that will be it. LA Thieves come out in a dominant way and lock up Gavutu.
That was just a dominant performance from LA Thieves, a dazzling performance from every single player. It starts from the very beginning. Like, Team War, they came out firing. They dominated that P1, but every single hill after that, it was all LAT. They rotated over to the P2 to get a good 45 to 50 seconds there. They keep control of the spawns towards the back with great plays coming in from Jaza to play it nice and slow. He finds that 1 kill. He allows Octane to use that glide bomb to eventually set up that break for P3. And then they put them in the trap at P4. We know how deadly of a trap that can be, especially when you're able to chain it to P5. When we found ourselves already on the second rotation, they've already broken the 200-point mark. It was just flawless execution from LAT. They found the 4 dead in the most crucial moments to get perfect breaks every single time. That's the way you want to start if you're LATs up 1-0 in this series in a dominant fashion.
And I mean, to put it as well, my friend, like this is exactly what you want to see out of this LA Thieves team. Obviously, it's a solid W, but it's on Gavutu and it's with Octane leading the way. I mean, it sounds weird to say given what we know, right, to be one of the most talented AR players in COD history. He hasn't had too many of those maps, man.
No.
Like, he hasn't had too many of those breakout performances. To see that at this stage versus what has been a very, very good challenger team, I mean, you got to be all smiles right now if you're the Thieves.
100%, man, because you can just tell based off of the series versus London earlier, when you're the Thieves walking into today, you got full sailed yesterday in a 3-0 sweep by NYSL. You wake up today with different energy. You played London, who are currently playing with the Villain and Harry, not their full roster with Gizmo there, but they take care of what they need to do, not in the search and destroys, but in every single respawn. This is the Thieves roster that we saw on the beginning of the year. They showed it earlier in their match. So far, they're answering early into this series. They just have to continue it on because now they're going into a Desert Siege search and destroy, which has statistically been their worst S&D map.
Yeah, that's a great point, my friend. I know everybody remembers the 6-0 victory that they had versus, I think it was OpTic Texas at some point, like in Major 2. I think it was the start of Major 2. So there is, there's been a glimmer of hope, every once in a while, but we'll see how they try and level things down in the search destroys, which have not been the greatest for them, at least as of recently. But Jay, we got a few updates. I believe this is going down on the Charlie stream.
Okay.
New York Subliners just clutched out a Desert Siege in round 11 over the London Royal Ravens.
That's
As
big.
we said, if you're a Thieves fan, you are the biggest New York fan as well right now. You got to go from the West Coast to the East Coast. It's just the way that it rolls right now. But that team being up 2-0 is exactly what you want as long as London loses. LA Thieves, they get a W here and they are through. A solid start in really both of these situations and both of these scenarios. Everything going well right now for the Thieves, but we got to focus in for this next Desert Siege Search and Destroy, which I don't think that Team War, they actually have played it. They did play it versus the London Royal Ravens, and I believe they got the job done in round 11. There is that to think about as well.
Okay, so Desert Siege between both of these teams. Obviously, not a lot of success for LAT, but if they're able to walk away with this map, this is LAT's series without a doubt. Because like I said, 4 of these 5 maps that they have, which are their best maps. Like their 2 hardpoints, Gavutu and Tuscan, are their best 2 hardpoints. Gavutu control, their best control. Bocage Search and Destroy, statistically, it's their best S&D as well. So if I'm LAT, with the momentum that you just build off of that map number 1, basically playing flawless hardpoint, just try to bring it into this Desert Siege. Like have Octane using a sniper, have your SMG duo just running around and being that army of 2. Like I want to see more team play instead of less individual play coming in from the LAT. If they can figure that point out, that's when they will become a very scary team.
And this can be one of those instances as well on Desert Siege where we really see what the role change was for, right?
Yes.
Because whenever they do make this role change, I know Octane made a video about it. He's like, one of the primary reasons we're doing it isn't just because we're struggling, but it's because we feel like the communication in for our SMGs isn't there. He's like, Octane saying, I and Kenny are basically both of our main communicators. So to have, as we talk about it, Kenny and Envoy with the SMGs who are going to be roaming around that palace area could be exactly what you want. I mean, in the future of this team for Search and Destroy, this could be a great opportunity for them. I know so far here at the tournament, you know, they've yet to win a search destroy. They lost versus London. They lost it versus New York when they got wholesaled, but the potential is there, my friend.
It definitely is. It just all comes down to teamwork. Like, as long as they can figure out the teamwork aspect of this mode, they should be fine because they're a great respawn team so far. They've stepped it up ever since Major 2. They just have to figure it out in this mode. But let's get into it. Draza finds that first blood onto Wee-Man, and you see the early aggression coming in from the Thieves. They're pushing right on through B.
There indeed. Envoy does get sniffed out. Always going to be cautious of the Dark Prince. You can't even strike in broad daylight, as we know here on the Siege. It's going to be a warm day. And right now, Team War in difficult waters. Tagged up once more. Draza prepared with the pistol. He's got some words for Maple, giving his team the man advantage. A current 2 versus 2. Draza is doing it all. And he'll have to do it. A current 2v1. Wardy, the last player alive.
Now in the 1v2 situation. If I am Wardy, it's all about just trying to at least get the good timing, but both of these players wrap back through their spawn. They read him perfectly, and that round simply just comes down to Draza. If he does not go massive on that flank, finding that 2-piece eventually turns into a 1v1. Potentially they lose this round, but he goes massive, finds that first kill, and then snaps onto the second player as he slides into the room. Then in the 2v1, both the players play the buddy system. They wrap back together. Then they find him trying to jump in towards Middle Palace. Good early round from the Thieves.
Good early round from the Thieves and a good early round from Draza. He'll be able to walk away with the hat trick. And round number 1 is Octane. More than likely, doesn't have that sniper out position. But you like to see him in. Strikes first with the snipe. Not going to be there, but Draza will continue on his spree. Back-to-back first bloods. He could do no wrong. 5-0 for Draza. Eventually silenced, but boy, has he given the Thieves such an edge. In this round and a half, bomb going to go down up to Team War at a 2v3 retake now.
40 seconds to work with. Denza and Maple trying to clutch up for the squad, but Kenny, he's in a great spot just laying on bomb. He's going to shoot his gun. Takes down Denza. So now in a 1v3, Maple with the snipe, not able to line up the shots. And this is just early aggression once again from the Thieves. It all starts with Draza. He finds the first 2-piece, puts himself on a 5-3 before he eventually does get taken down. But while he's dying, he's calling out basically where the positioning is of both of these other players. He knows that Kenny has a free bomb plant. As long as we play it, do not let a ninja defuse happen, because for some reason on Desert Siege, ninjas always happen on that B site. Kenny stays on the site, finds that kill, and then eventually find the last player with the sniper in their hand for the Thieves to take a commanding 2-0 lead.
Commanding start. We'll see if Team War can handle Draza so far. Early shots exchanged as they begin to echo throughout Siege. Draza, confident as ever, takes the fight versus Wardy. 3 straight first bloods for the Alaskan assassin. Taken over here early on Desert Siege. Search and destroy. He's also got some tags into Maple. That sniper is going to have to back on up, and you can see based on the positioning of the mini-map, Team War are locked into their base, and the Thieves are knocking. They're ready to engage. Draza on one end, Kenny on the other. Here comes Envoy, and that's now instantly going to bring it to a 1v3 for Denza. And of course, again, it is Draza.
Draza backwards, it's Hazard. He's causing problems on the side of Team War. They simply cannot shut this guy down. The confidence is through the roof right now for the young man, sitting at 8-1 so far in the search and destroy. And that round kind of gets scary for me, because I feel like I've seen LA Thieves play a majority of their rounds like that. They put themselves in a man advantage, and all of a sudden they just want to push it to the limit, just full-on aggression, and it sometimes comes back to bite them. But they were able to win their one-on-ones. Draza wins 3 on the round to now put the Thieves up 3-0.
The Thieves have 12 kills. Draza has 8 of them. That is unbelievable. Is he about to make it 4 for 4? Oh, he doesn't. Just in the nick of time. Wee-Man does technically find the first blood. You can technically give it to him as well. They were nearly at the exact same time. Draza doing it all for the roster and also escapes after planting down the bomb. Jay, he is so confident. He is so confident right now.
Draza saying, F it then. Like, he's just doing whatever he wants out there. Right there, he finds that first kill, at least finds a trade. but then he just goes for the immediate bomb plant. Like, he's not scared at all. Confidence is through the roof right now for Draza. He knows that there's a players that are committed to the flank. You have Envoy who works his way all the way around this, all around the train side. He finds a 2-piece, and then in a 3v1 situation, Draza's already got bombed down. The guy's sliding, hit fine with the auto. Confidence right now is soaring for this young man.
And what's crazy is that, like, this feels like a Black Ops 4 simp type of moment, right? When he goes absolutely big versus the units.
Look at this.
This is like one of those same type of maps. Octane with the first blood early on to Wee Man. LA Thieves have been perfect nearly in that department. You just got to stay on board. Shout out to the Observer team. You just got to stay on board with this guy. So strong up to this point. Thankfully, Wardy is able to even things out now to 3 versus 3, but Draza is hot on the heels. And maybe eyes out the rotation. Spots Wardy, a few shots in, and Envoy's there for the trade. A great beginning once more for the Thieves. As they've caught the rotation, and it's Denza by himself. This is just not fun. This is not fun if you're Team War.
It's definitely not fun. A 13-team streak right now so far on the side of the Thieves. Can they make it 14? Can nobody drop? Octane with great shots to take down Dens. And the Thieves, following a flawless hardpoint game, are playing flawless search and destroy. But I don't want to get in over my head, because they were up 5-0 in the search and destroy so far throughout this Pro-Am Classic.
Okay,
and they got full sale. So it's job not done. Job is not done if you're the Thieves.
Definitely not. That is a solid point. In any other situation, Jay, I'd be saying, come on, man. Like, you know, let's be real. Like, they're dominating. Draws is 10-1. But no, okay. You make a solid case. You do make a solid case. Team War, my degree is on the wall right now, so there is a chance that you could have it as well. Here we go. Into round number 6. We'll see if War gets something going, as it has been all Draza throughout this Desert Siege S&D. What could be a flawless game. As that bomb's going to get planted, pressure instantly applied now to the defensive War.
And right there, just the head games come into play. Like, every single offense the Thieves have went towards B. So right there, Team War, they're stacking. They said we cannot give it up this time. But the Thieves, with the mind games, are able to rotate it over towards A. Envoy finds the first blood. Now with only 30 seconds left, Maple, Weeman, and Denza have to try to figure out something. Weeman does find one. Envoy with the trade. 20 seconds remaining. All left up to Weeman and Denza.
All up to them. Draws it, nearly puts them away, but it's going to be the teammates who will complete the 6-0 here on Desert Siege Search and Destroy. A performance and a half out of the Alaskan Assassin in Draza. Whether he was finding kills or setting up teammates, it was dominance from the start to the finish. Closes things out 11-2, and you can say, okay, well, that's a pretty good scoreline. They played 6 rounds. They played 6 rounds, and he drops 11 kills.
And I'm pretty sure he had multiple rounds where he gave you 3 kills in one round. Like,
absolutely.
That's insane stuff from the Thieves to now put themselves up 2-0 in this series. And now if you're them, you're feeling really confident. Like, you win your search and destroy. Like, finally, now you have 2 respawns. And then even if you get to that game, you have your best search and destroy towards the very end. Thieves so far are playing completely different from when they played yesterday. You can just tell the confidence is there. Envoy's making plays. Draza is doing it all in search and destroy. Everyone steps up tremendously in the first respawn. I really don't have an answer for Team War to get back in the series, just the way that LAC are playing. This has been perfect Call of Duty from them.
Yeah, it's been flawless. I mean, literally, it's been unreal, especially in that last game. They turned up right after the early start on Gavutu. They're from Team War. They answered. We saw Octane go off, and now it has been Draza's turn. A lot of talk about the ARs, the SMGs. Right now, the ARs are frying. And what's funny too, Jay, is I brought up like how Simp, or rather Draza was performing like Simp did, kind of like in Black Ops 4 versus that Units team that we all remember where he took off.
Yeah.
Weeman was on that Units team, and Weeman was in this very last matchup versus Draza as well. So he's had the experience of facing off against what just seems to be one of the best players in the world on their day. And right now, it has been Draza, a solid performance so far out of the LA Thieves. And they're eyeing up a quick 3-0 W. We'll still be providing you with some updates as that New York versus London game is still going down over on the Charlie stream. So if you want to, get those 2 YouTube tabs up and make sure that you are eyeing up this game because, as we said, it's going to have some major implications regardless. But folks, when we come back after the break, we are headed to Gavutu Control. Will it be the 3-0 sweep, or is it time for War to turn up? We will find out
I'm too exhausted, I needed the energy, needed to pick me up. I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got the power, I'm built to devour. Anyone coming and gets me a tower. I don't care for the pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in a stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay, hit me with your best shot. I got time today. Feeling like a matador with that Red Bull. Oh yeah. No, you can't stop me. I'm running my own play. For the game win, I came to pin anything that gets in my way. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We been here, we done that. We done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. I'm in the game like EA. Been in my prime since pre-K. Shooting my shot from long range, going over heads like a toupee. Treat every day like payday. Y'all been living so mundane. My work week is Sunday to sun. Oh wait, that's every day. Putting in overtime, punching the clock. I'ma get what's mine. While everyone's sleeping, I'm living my dreams. I got a coin that's so divine. Lord, take the wheel like 10 and 2. I'm losing energy, I'm overdue. I've been on the top ropes, hitting my pros. Watch me hit the power moves. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We been here, we done that. We done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, 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 energy. I need that energy, energy.
Get it. Let's go, everybody. Welcome back to the CDL Pro and Classic here, day number 2. Our last match here on the Bravo station, and so far, it's been a smacking. It has been the LA Thieves all up in Timor's business so far, Study. Man, we just got done with a solid win on Gavutu hardpoint, like a 250-130 game. And then a quick 6-0 W on Desert Steed Search and Destroy, in which Draza, I don't even know, man. It was one of the best performances in Search and Destroy I've seen in a long time.
He just took over, man. Like, him and Envoy, they started early into that S&D with that aggression. When you start with that early aggression, at that point, Team War, they're going to be basically stationary every single offense after that, because you don't know if they're going to slowly push through B or if they're going to be aggressive through trains. But that was one thing that Draza was able to do so well in that S&D, was that he pushed aggressively through B one round. Then he plays aggressively through B on A one time. Then he just slowly plays the trains on top of him and finds a kill. Then he just decides to play middle palace. Like, the guy was just all over the map, just crossing people over left and right, simply unguardable on that S&D. And now that puts LAT up 2-0 in this series, one map away from closing out this series and potentially making that bracket as long as London lose their series to New York. And to give you guys a little update there, London are currently down 2-0, but up 2-1 in the control. But
okay,
LA Thieves, they're trying to close it out here.
They are indeed. Team War going to do their best to fight back. As we know, not going to be making it into that bracket phase, but still a lot to show, a lot to prove. And I mean, what, Jay? They've looked excellent. They have looked excellent. I know the way it's going right now. I just got to give them some props, though. I got to give them something.
Oh!
I got to give them something. Envoy, quit.
Jesus!
This is disgusting. All right, fine. I'm done. I'm done. I'm out of here.
Okay, not the start the Team War we're looking for, but at least they were able to find out of their spawn. So now, even though the Thieves have full map control, you see Team War, their objective now is just to fight for that P1. Denza finds one, Weeman finds a second. If they can find this third kill, that's going to be massive, because now that opens up that A point, it opens up B as well. Now look at the aggression coming in from Team War in towards green. Envoy does win that first gunfight, but now they are contesting both of these points.
All right, I'm back. I'm back, Jay, and right as I come back, Team War are frying themselves. Okay, this is what you want to see. Okay, don't want to see that. Weeman gets sent into the ocean, unfortunately by the team nade, but still, Maple holding things down on that B objective. Well, job is technically being done over at that A zone. 30 seconds on the clock, and really, for Team War, they just got to issue enough forces over toward that boat. Because as we said, the name of the game is to get as many of those ticks as possible. And right now, only one to show for it currently is Team War. Envoy lingering inside of that middle tank, trying to wipe them off the point the best way that he can. The nice reaction is Octane's able to find one. Maple and Wardy with the other two. Job not officially done yet, as here comes two more Thieves players.
And the Thieves, they're not going to give this up. They know that they're playing for these segments. Only two have been completed on the side of Team War, but Weeman, last player up, he has to try to get on this point now. All the players from Team War are coming off spawn. This round is basically chalk, but at least they get two segments. It started off really bad for them. Not able to complete this 8 point, but they do not give up any streaks. That's the big key here right now. As the Thieves are able to walk away with the very first defense. Got a little scary there towards the end, but they were able to continuously hold that map control, take them off for that 8 point, and secure the very first round of this map.
Indeed, my friend. And as I was saying, now that I have a chance, I really have enjoyed watching Team War. Like, they have been really taking teams the distance. Like, their opening hard points have been great. They've been playing against two very solid teams in the New York Subliners and the London Royal Ravens. And there's a lot to like. I know the record is currently saying 0-2, could be saying 0-3, but they have really bested a lot of these NA teams and really made them work for it.
Yeah, at least in the first two series. So far, the Thieves are just wiping the floor with them. So far in this series, based off the first two maps, as Draza, he was on a 5-3 before. He eventually does get taken down, but you see the Thieves, they're just trying to play for the map control. Denza is able to take down Octane, so now Team War can fight for that top boat control. They're holding down P1. They're just basically trying to keep the Thieves in the trap. I would like to see Wingman commit towards his flank, but every single one of his teammates dropped towards A, so now you have to push it.
Decision rather gets made for you. Maple off of spawn. Team Wingman sets somewhat of a pinch up to the middle of the map, but Kenny and Octane are getting the job done. It is a 3-for-1 trade, and instantly the Thieves paddle to the metal. Kenny rushing, and with that AR in his hands, it's basically a combo of what he's going to have to do for the future of this team. Aggression met with the AR. Now it's Draza's turn, as that A objective only continues to floor more and more. Right now for LAT. Draza caught in the pause. Oh, and doing some great work. Crosses up Wardy. That's going to be his chance. Now here comes the flanking opportunity. Here comes the pinch now for LAT.
Wow.
Last man on the objective is going to be Weeman, and he is sit down to the ground. 5 in a row. Now make it 6 in a row for Draza. 7.
my
There's
God.
the glide bomb. Streak after streak and highlight after highlight right now for the Thieves.
Yeah, they're not messing around. Draza taking his time towards that back red tower. He was able to finesse his way to eventually set up this pinch. The first tick of progression is already in. 20-8 in lives remaining. Draza has yet to drop on another 9 spree. 15-5. Hey, let's just pre-fire. Let's start hip firing. We got to give these guys a chance because Draza simply cannot die. Someone trade him now.
Thank you.
There you go.
Thank you, Maple. Goodness sake. These guys are hungry. They're starving. They've been waiting for W's for a long time, Jay. They didn't have a single one in the Major 2 qualifiers. They got one in the entirety of Major 2 at all. After what was a disappointing and honestly embarrassing day number 1, they have come out with the fire here on day number 2 of the Pro-Am Classic and making Team War earn every inch of map positioning. A current 14 versus 2. Maple and Denza left up. Now it's all on to Maple, and you could say goodbye to this round. 2-0 now for LA Thieves.
The LA Thieves are a team on a mission right now. Flawless offensive round for LAT. Now puts them up 2-0 in the series, and now 2-0 in the map number 3. And I'm pretty sure we just got word that London do fall to NYSL in a 3-0 fashion. So if LAT close it out right here, they will make that bracket play.
1 game away and 1 round away are the LA Thieves from possibly getting into the bracket stage tomorrow. After a 3-0 loss, a full sale loss in Search Destroy yesterday, it could be their chance. And they have never looked better, at least in regards to a series of this magnitude. They are beaming right now on Gavutu, just like the good old days. Team War try to make their way into P1, try to make their way into the boat, but as we said, Jay, they have got to work for every bit of map positioning.
And for everyone watching at home, it's not like Team War are a bad team. This is one of our top 4 amateur teams that made it through to make it to this Pro-Am Classic. They're they finished second, and then they come in and play their very first 2 series, even though they lost both of them in the 3-1. Every single map was close. Just the way that the Thieves are playing right now, they are not messing around. They are a team on a mission, and they are not slowing down. Envoy already in their spawn, 18-11. Everyone on the side of LA Thieves is positive, or at least even besides Kenny. No one really has to do anything. They're just dominating this game. 40 seconds remaining until they close it out to 3-0.
Not too much longer now, it feels like. Denza gets dropped. Wardy trying to pick up the pieces. Trying to pick up the pieces. A nice little turn on there to Octane as well. Weedman instantly pushes up into green in a great position now. Right now for Team War. They've got a few bodies inside, at least around the objective. They're also going to top their way into that B zone as well. Well, they do lose a few of those fights over at the A zone. Thankfully for them, the time is going to be halted at 31 seconds. Maple dodging nades, trying to stay alive as the Thieves doing the right call, making the right plays, pushing to P1.
And Draza still has this glide bomb to work with. Like, you can invest it whenever the hell you want. 25 seconds remaining in this round. If you're Team War, you have to try to complete this A segment. They already have 2 ticks of progression towards B, 1 towards A, but just the way that the Thieves are shooting right now, it's an easy 2 kills, make it 3. Last player up is going to be Maple. Now with 15 seconds left, all of Team War coming off spawn. The glide bomb is going to get invested, and this was an absolute smacking coming in from the Thieves to secure themselves that bracket play, and in a nice, dominant 3-0 fashion.
A 3-0 fashion in the series, a 3-0 in the control to boot, and how about the day? How about the turnaround from the LA Thieves? Go 2-0 today, taking down London and taking down Team War. And with that W, they will move on to the bracket stage tomorrow. How about the turnaround? And how about the highlight performance from everybody across the board today, Jay?
That's insane stuff from LAT. Like, keep in mind, when they came into this Pro-Am Classic, they go up against a team in NYSL who are just coming off of a roster change. They play that series, they get 3-0, they even get full sale. The fact that they come into the following day, play a team like London, beat them in a 3-1 fashion by winning all the respawns, and then beating one of our top 4 amateur teams, the way that they just beat them down, like, it was not even close from start to finish. This is the Thieves roster that we saw in the beginning of the year. They stepped away from us at Major 2, but it looks like they hopped right back on the train, and they're not missing their stop this time.
Yeah, man, and we'll see. Obviously, we'll see how it continues, once the bracket stage gets solidified and how those games will go. But I hope, for their sake, that this at least instills some bit of confidence in them.
Yeah.
I know it's not versus one of the CDL teams, but as we talked about, this Team War roster really did a great job throughout the entirety of the tournament. You got to give some props and some respect their way. When they don't get a W so far, or rather, when they don't get a W here at the Pro-Am Classic, they definitely showed a lot of people their skill. But obviously, this series is not one to point out. And I'll be honest, Jay, if I am any of those teams, if I'm playing the LA Thieves tomorrow, getting the strats out there right now, I don't want to play these guys on Gavutu. I do not want to see these guys on Gavutu right now.
I'm low-key shook. If I'm one of these other teams that's going to play against the Thieves, like,
or
this is
Siege,
the Thieves,
honestly.
yeah, like, this is the Thieves team that we saw in the beginning of the year, dominant in the respawns. If they can sneak out a search and destroy, even better. But the fact that they've won that Desert Siege the way that they did, pretty sure you brought it up, the only time that they were able to win it before was in the 6-0 versus OpTic Texas at Major 2. So, like, the fact that they get another clean 6-0 here, that means that the work that they're putting in on the back end is definitely improving. Obviously, you put that full set, you put everything that happened on day 1 behind you, and you just focus on tomorrow. Great work from the LA Thieves to secure their spot into bracket play by having a phenomenal day of Call of Duty.
And it's so impressive too, man, because, like, I don't know, I didn't expect this. I really didn't. Like, I thought that they were probably going to fall. They faced off against London earlier. I just felt like the Royal Ravens, even with Harry, even with the substitute, we're just going to best them today. They get the job done there. Then we start thinking, okay, well, maybe there's a chance. Maybe there's a really good opportunity where they can get this work done. Obviously, they rely on London to lose. That happens. And then the chips fall where they do. Let's go and take a look at how our groups currently fall for right now. The standings as they sit here in Group C. Your New York Subliners, Jay, finish things off with a 3-0. I'm pretty sure you got to be happy about the Kismet fill-in. LA Thieves, they finished 2-1. London Royal Ravens 1-2, and Team War at the bottom 0-3.
Yeah, the Royal Ravens, they kind of let me down because this is a team who is just, they started off the year at such a high placement. Like, they were top 3 team without a doubt. Then that whole situation happened with Gizmo where he had to sub in, sub out. They brought the sub in, and unfortunately did not find a lot of success. And then when Gizmo comes back in, it kind of like just delayed their game. They had to, like, basically pick it back up where they left off and then learn to where all these teams already are, like just getting ahead of them at that point. But then now that Gizmo is out and Harry was in, this is honestly a disappointing performance for me for London because I held them really high, at least a top 6 team. The fact that they fall short here and do not even make bracket play has got to be really devastating. Now their main focus has to be just be better at Major 3 throughout the qualifiers and have a better performance at the Major as well.
Yeah, we talked about the last second decision, right? Or rather the last second change where obviously Harry comes in. So maybe that has a part to play in this as well. Obviously, like you mentioned, a few teams who have performed, maybe even shown us something that we didn't necessarily expect with the LA Thieves, and some teams have not risen to that occasion. It has been all sorts of craziness so far here at the Pro-Am Classic, and we wish you all a very, very nice night. We thank you so much for tuning into the Bravo station throughout these last 2 days. It has been a delight to be with you, and obviously you can feel free to tune into the other streams that are currently going on. I know Alpha's currently taking place. We got a few other stations that are still having games taking place as well as we look to lock in those final seedings heading into the bracket stage tomorrow. That's going to do it for myself and Study. We wish you guys a wonderful, wonderful night and enjoy the rest of the Pro-Am Classic.